The neon signs lining downtown Metro City flickered to life at exactly 7 o'clock in the evening. Rain streaked down the tall glass skyscrapers, turning the busy street below into a mirror of broken blue and pink light. The city never slept. It only breathed slower, swallowed by fog and engine noise and the endless hum of a million lives pushing forward, desperate for something better. Ethan Hale leaned against the cold metal railing on the 20th floor balcony of the Horizon building, staring down at the chaos beneath him. His black suit jacket was unbuttoned, the collar of his white shirt loose after a 14-hour workday. At 30 years old, he was already a senior asset manager at Vera Capital, one of the most ruthless investment firms in the entire metropolitan area. People thought he had it all. A corner office overlooking the skyline. A six-figure bonus locked in every quarter. A name that meant something in the closed, cutthroat circles of downtown finance. No one saw the cost. His phone buzzed in his pocket for the 5th time in 10 minutes. He didn't need to check the screen to know who it was. Clara Bennett, his ex-fiancée, the only person in this city who could still crack the calm, unreadable mask he wore for everyone else. He ignored the call. The wind picked up, carrying the sharp smell of wet concrete and street gasoline. Ethan closed his eyes for half a second, letting the noise of the city drown out the noise in his head. 3 years ago, he'd thought success would fix everything. He'd worked 80-hour weeks, sacrificed every weekend, buried every soft part of himself to climb the corporate ladder. He'd believed money, status, and power would make him untouchable. He was wrong. A sharp knock sounded behind him. Mr. Hale. Ethan opened his eyes, turning slowly. A young intern stood in the doorway of the balcony, clutching a manila folder tied to her chest. Her shoulders were tense, eyes wide with the familiar nervousness everyone had around him. Fresh out of university, new to the brutality of downtown corporate life. The final Q3 acquisition report, she said quietly. Mr. Vera wants it on his desk before 8. He said it's urgent. Ethan nodded, holding out a hand. Give it to me. She stepped forward, passing the folder over carefully. Her fingers trembled slightly. Did you read it? Ethan asked, flipping open the thick stack of documents. Only the summary, she answered quickly. The West Side real estate buyout. The board's split. Half of them think it's too risky. The other half thinks it's the biggest profit play we'll see this year. Ethan scanned the numbers, his gaze sharp and automatic after years of training. Rows of figures, projected revenue, risk margins, hidden liabilities buried in fine print. He saw the problem instantly. It's a trap, he said flatly. The intern blinked. Sir. West Side Development isn't struggling, Ethan murmured, eyes still on the page. They're pretending to collapse to lure outside capital. Every asset listed here is leveraged twice over. If we buy in, Vera Capital sinks 200 million before winter. The intern's face paled. But the analytics team signed off on it. The analytics team works for the board, Ethan said, closing the folder with a soft snap. I work for the truth. There's a difference. He handed the folder back. Tell MR. Vera, I'm killing the deal, he said. No explanation needed. Not tonight. The intern froze. Sir, he won't accept that. He specifically ordered. He ordered a profit. Ethan cut her off, voice steady and low. This deal doesn't make profit. It makes ruin. I'm not signing it. The intern hesitated, then nodded quickly, turning and rushing back inside the office. Ethan stared out at the city again. Downtown Metro was beautiful at night. Glowing towers, endless traffic, lights stretching all the way to the hazy horizon. It was also cruel. It chewed up ambitious people and spit them out empty. It rewarded greed, punished hesitation, and erased anyone who dared to play fair. He'd survived longer than most. But survival wasn't living. His phone buzzed again. This time, he checked it. Clara. One new text message. I saw the board leak. You're fighting the whole firm alone again. Stop being stupid. Come home. Ethan stared at the words for a long moment. Home. He didn't have one anymore. 3 months ago, he'd ended the engagement. Not because he didn't love her. Because he loved her enough to know he was poison. His job, his world, the endless pressure of high-stakes finance would eventually destroy anyone close to him. He'd chosen to push her away before the city broke her too. It had been the hardest thing he'd ever done. And now she still refused to stay away. A distant door opened down the hallway. Heavy footsteps, slow and deliberate. Ethan recognized the gate immediately. Richard Vera. CEO. Founder. Owner of every inch of the building they stood in. A man in his late 50s with a smile that never reached his eyes and a reputation for burning employees who disobeyed him. Ethan slipped his phone into his pocket, straightening his posture. Vera stepped onto the balcony, dressed in a tailored charcoal suit, silver watch glinting under the overhead lights. He didn't speak at first, just stood beside Ethan, staring out at the skyline. Heard you're killing the West Side deal, Vera said finally. I am, Ethan replied. Bold. It's not bold. It's correct. Vera laughed softly, a cold, hollow sound. Correct doesn't make us richer, Ethan. Risk makes us richer. You used to understand that. I used to ignore the cost, Ethan said. Now I don't. Vera turned to face him. His gaze was sharp, calculating, unforgiving. You've grown soft, he said. Since the breakup. Since you started letting feelings override strategy. That's dangerous in my world. This is business, Ethan insisted. The deal is flawed. The risk is unmitigable. Flawed deals make billionaires, Vera replied. Perfect deals make salaries. You want to be a salaried worker again. After everything we've built. Ethan didn't flinch. I want to make sustainable decisions, he said. Not gambling bets. Vera's smile dropped. Let me tell you how this city works, he said quietly. Downtown doesn't reward caution. It rewards dominance. Either you take what you want, or someone else takes it from you. You either play hard, or you get replaced. He stepped closer, voice lowering. I built this firm from nothing. I decide which deals live and which die. You work for me, Ethan. Not for your conscience. For a long second, the balcony was silent except for the distant city noise. Ethan Hale had spent 6 years climbing under Vera's mentorship. He'd learned everything, every trick, every manipulation, every way to turn a market in his favor. But he'd also learned when to walk away. Then replace me, Ethan said. Vera's eyes narrowed. Excuse me. I said replace me, Ethan repeated calmly. If my judgment no longer aligns with yours, I'm not staying to burn good capital on a bad deal. Fire me. Demote me. Either way, the deal dies tonight. Vera stared at him in complete disbelief, as if he'd never seen the man standing in front of him. No one ever spoke to him like that. No one ever dared. After a long pause, Vera finally chuckled, low and dangerous. You think you can walk away, he said. You think Metro City lets people quit the top table unscathed? I think I can choose my own limits, Ethan said. Vera nodded slowly. Fine, he said. Kill the deal. For now. But mark my words. You just picked a fight with the board. And they don't forget. He turned and walked back inside, leaving Ethan alone on the balcony once again. The rain fell harder now, mist floating up to the 20th floor, cool against his face. Ethan Hale had just drawn a line between the man he'd been and the man he was going to be. The neon city buzzed on below, endless and hungry and alive. And somewhere in its dark, crowded streets, trouble was already moving toward him. Full chapter R. The elevator ride down to the lobby was silent. Ethan kept his gaze fixed on the shifting numbers above the doors, watching the floors tick downward one by one. His mind was already running ahead, mapping out the fallout from tonight's confrontation. Vera would not let this go. The board would hold resentment. The analytics team would look for mistakes in his work to undermine him. Every colleague who'd ever envied his rapid rise would circle like sharks the second they smelled weakness. This was how the corporate world operated. Loyalty was temporary. Power was fleeting. One wrong move, one moment of defiance, and the system swallowed you whole. The elevator dinged. Doors slid open to the polished marble lobby of the Horizon building. Security guards nodded as he passed. Night shift receptionists glanced up from their desks, recognizing his face instantly. He was one of the building's elite. Or he had been, until an hour ago. Ethan walked out through the glass front doors into the cool rainy night air. The street was packed with rush hour traffic, yellow taxi lights streaming past in endless lines. Pedestrians hurried by with heads down, phones in hand, lost in their own busy lives. No one knew the war that had just happened on the 20th floor. No one cared. He turned left, walking away from the main road, toward the quieter side streets lined with downtown bars and boutique cafes. The rain soaked his hair slightly, cooling the tight tension in his shoulders. His phone vibrated again. This time it was a new number. Unknown caller. He usually ignored unknowns. Tonight, for some reason, he answered. Ethan Hale speaking. A woman's voice came through the line, low and smooth, unfamiliar. You just made a lot of powerful enemies tonight. Ethan slowed his walking pace. Who is this? Someone who's been watching, she said. Someone who knows exactly what Vera's West Side deal really is. Ethan's guard went up instantly. What do you want? Information, she replied. And a partnership. You're standing in the middle of a storm you don't fully understand, Hale. The board isn't just gambling on real estate. They're covering tracks. Covering what tracks? He asked sharply. The woman paused. Money laundering. Asset hiding. Offshore shell companies tied to West Side Development. Your entire firm has been cleaning dirty capital for 3 years. You just accidentally threatened to expose it. Ethan stopped walking completely. His pulse dropped. That was impossible. Vera Capital was a licensed, audited, high-profile investment firm. They were investigated quarterly, regulated by state financial boards. Money laundering was amateur crime. Small-time stuff. Not the elite downtown corporate world. You're bluffing, he said flatly. Am I? She replied. Check the secondary ledger for QRNQ. The one buried in the auxiliary server no one audits. You'll find every offshore transfer, every hidden transaction, every illegal tie to West Side. Ethan's mind raced. He knew the firm's books inside and out. Or he'd thought he did. Every major asset, every deal, every client portfolio. But auxiliary server ledgers were restricted to C-suite level only. Vera's personal access. He'd never had clearance. Why tell me this? He asked. What's your angle? Because you're the only person in that building still capable of choosing sides, she said. Everyone else is bought. Everyone else is complicit. You just proved you're not. The rain fell heavier, splashing on the sidewalk around his shoes. Name your terms, Ethan said. Meet me tonight, she answered. Midnight. The old Riverside Pier. Come alone. No phone records. No witnesses. If you're smart, you'll come prepared to listen. And if I don't come, he asked. She laughed softly. Then you take the fall for the entire firm's corruption. Vera needs a scapegoat. You just volunteered. The line went dead. Ethan lowered the phone, staring at the blank screen. The city hummed around him, bright and loud and oblivious. He'd walked out on a corporate power play tonight. Now he'd stumbled into a criminal conspiracy. One way or another, his life was changing forever. No going back. Neon City Dusk. Chapter 3. Ethan stuffed his phone deep into the inner pocket of his suit jacket, his knuckles white around the leather folder still clutched in his grip. The cold rain lashed against his jawline, each drop sharp enough to cut through the fog clouding his mind. The woman's words echoed on a loop inside his skull: money laundering, offshore shells, a scapegoat waiting to take the fall. For 6 years, he'd buried himself in spreadsheets, quarterly audits, client portfolio reviews, convinced the only sin of Vera Capital was reckless greed. He'd called Richard Vera ruthless, ambitious, blind to long-term risk, but never crooked. Every regulatory audit had come back clean, every external accounting firm signed off on their ledgers without hesitation. How could a network of illegal transfers stay hidden beneath the polished legitimacy of a billion-dollar investment house? He veered off the crowded main thoroughfare, ducking down a narrow alley sandwiched between a neon-lit cocktail bar and a shuttered vintage bookstore. The alley reeked of damp garbage and stale beer, the only light spilling from a flickering broken street lamp halfway to the back exit that led toward the riverfront. He slowed his pace, scanning every shadow, every half-open back door, trained from years of high-stakes negotiations to watch for surveillance. Vera had private security scattered across every block within a mile of Horizon Building. If the CEO had caught wind of the anonymous call, there could be men watching him already, men paid to intimidate, to intercept, to erase loose ends before they reached the pier at midnight. Ethan pulled out his phone again, flicking open the settings to activate airplane mode. If the mystery woman's warning about phone records held weight, he couldn't leave a digital trail leading to their meeting. He deleted the unknown number's call log entirely, wiping every trace of their conversation before shoving the device back out of sight. A distant car engine rumbled at the mouth of the alley. He pressed his shoulder flat against the brick wall, holding his breath as a black sedan rolled slowly past, tinted windows hiding whoever sat inside. The vehicle didn't stop, didn't slow further, but Ethan's heart hammered against his ribs all the same. It could be a random commuter. It could be Vera's enforcers. In Metro City's downtown, paranoia was never unjustified. When the sedan's tail lights vanished around the corner, he resumed walking, his boots splashing through puddles that mirrored pink and blue neon from the bar's back window. He thought of Clara, the text she'd sent minutes before Vera confronted him. "Stop being stupid. Come home." If he'd caved, if he'd abandoned the West Side deal argument and fallen back into the safe, uncomplicated routine he'd once craved, none of this would be unfolding. He'd still be blind to the rot buried beneath the firm he'd dedicated his youth to building. But blind safety had never been his path. He reached the end of the alley, emerging onto a wide concrete walkway that traced the curve of the West River. The water churned black beneath the rain, waves crashing roughly against rotting wooden pilings that supported the old riverside pier. This stretch of the waterfront had been abandoned for over a decade, a forgotten relic from the city's industrial era, left to decay while luxury high-rises sprouted up along the opposite bank. Tourists avoided it after dark, locals knew better than to linger once the sun dipped below the skyline. It was the perfect place for a secret meeting. No security cameras, no foot traffic, nowhere to run if a trap had been laid. Ethan checked the silver watch on his left wrist.
晚上10:47。
He had more than an hour to kill before midnight. He couldn't loiter openly on the pier, so he cut left, slipping into a weathered wooden bench tucked beneath a rusted metal overpass that blocked most of the rain. He set the manila folder on the concrete beside his feet, unfolding his arms to stare out at the choppy river. His mind cycled through every client, every offshore account he'd signed off on over the years. Vera always handled the shell company paperwork personally, passing Ethan only sanitized summaries with redacted addresses and vague ownership labels. He'd never questioned it. Back then, he'd written the secrecy off as standard elite finance protocol, a way to shield ultra-wealthy clients from public scrutiny. Now he wondered how many of those anonymous investors were fronts for dirty cash, funneled through West Side Development's fake failing assets to launder into legitimate stock and real estate holdings. A soft creak of wood cut through the hum of rain. Ethan snapped his head toward the sound, hand drifting instinctively to the small pocket knife he kept tucked in his suit trouser, a gift from his late father, a construction worker who'd taught him to always carry a means of defense. A lone figure stepped onto the pier 100 yards down, hood pulled low over their face, a slim black bag slung over one shoulder. The silhouette was slight, feminine, matching the voice he'd heard on the phone. She didn't move closer. She simply stood at the pier's edge, staring out at the river, as if waiting to confirm he'd come alone before crossing the stretch of broken planks separating them. Ethan stood slowly, leaving the folder on the bench for the moment, and stepped out from under the overpass. He kept his movements slow, hands raised slightly at his sides to signal he carried no hidden weapons beyond the trivial pocket knife. The rain soaked through the shoulders of his suit, cold seeping into his bones, but he didn't flinch. "I came alone," he called out, voice carried thin across the water by the wind. "No trackers, no security, no phone service." The woman lifted her head, pushing the hood back to reveal her face. She looked roughly 27, sharp hazel eyes ringed with faint dark liner, chestnut hair matted slightly by rain against her forehead. Her coat was a worn black trench, scuffed leather boots sinking into the wet pier planks with every step she took toward him. When she stopped 10 feet away, Ethan noticed a small silver ID lanyard peeking out from her bag, partially obscured, but he caught the faint logo of the city's Financial Regulatory Bureau. "Elena Marquez," she said, extending one hand for a handshake. Her grip was firm, unshaken by the cold or the tension hanging thick between them. "Senior financial fraud investigator with the Metro City Regulatory Division. I've been tracking Vera Capital's irregular offshore transfers for 18 months. Ethan froze mid-handshake. A regulator. He'd expected a disgruntled employee, a rival financier, a whistleblower buried deep within the firm, never a federal-level investigator operating off the books after midnight on a derelict pier. "Why the secrecy?" he asked, dropping her hand to cross his arms over his chest. "Regulators have full authority to audit the firm's ledgers. You could have filed a formal subpoena months ago." Elena let out a bitter, hollow laugh, glancing back toward the glowing downtown skyscrapers across the river. The top floors of Horizon Building glinted like a golden fortress in the distance, housing Richard Vera's untouchable office. Vera's campaign donations fund half the city council and 3 senior regulatory board members, she explained, lowering her voice to a sharp whisper. "Every formal audit request I submit gets buried before it reaches the filing system. Every witness I interview either recants their statement within 48 hours or suddenly resigns with a 7-figure severance package." He's bought out every official with enough power to shut him down. The only way to build an unassailable case is to get internal proof, unredacted ledgers, original transfer records, paper trails he can't hide behind political connections. She nodded toward the manila folder abandoned on the bench beneath the overpass. "That West Side acquisition report you refused to sign tonight. It's the final linchpin to his laundering scheme. Once the purchase closes, he plans to funnel over $230 million unregulated offshore dollars into the property's renovation budget, erasing every trace of its criminal origins entirely. Without you blocking the deal earlier, I would have lost my only window to gather evidence." Ethan processed the numbers silently, calculating the scale of the corruption in his head. $230 million. a sum large enough to send Vera away for decades, to collapse the entire investment firm overnight, to drag every mid-level manager into a federal investigation including himself. Even if he'd been unaware of the illegal activity, proximity alone would paint him as an accomplice in the eyes of prosecutors. The auxiliary server ledger you mentioned on the call, he said, cutting straight to the critical detail. It's locked behind C-suite clearance only. I don't have access to Vera's private server files. Even if I snuck into the data wing after hours, the biometric scanner rejects anyone without his personal palm print. Elena reached into her black shoulder bag, pulling out a tiny silver USB drive, holding it up between her thumb and forefinger for him to see. The plastic casing was etched with a faint tiny circuit pattern, custom built for bypassing corporate security locks. I built a bypass device 3 months ago. It overrides the biometric scanner for exactly 90 seconds, just enough time to copy every encrypted ledger file onto this drive. The only missing piece is someone with full after-hours access to the 20-floor data suite. That's you, Ethan. You're the only senior asset manager with unlimited building clearance past midnight, and the only high-ranking staff member who hasn't accepted a single confidential bonus payout from Vera's offshore accounts. Ethan's jaw tightened. He'd turned down 3 separate six-figure discretionary bonuses over the past 2 years, uncomfortable with the vague, unlabeled source of the funds. At the time, he'd written it off as stubborn caution. Now he realized every other manager had taken the bribes, binding their loyalty to Vera's illegal operations. If I sneak into the data suite tonight and download the ledgers, he said, weighing the risk, Vera will trace the security log back to me the second he notices the server files copied. He'll destroy my career, ruin my reputation, plant fabricated evidence to frame me as the mastermind of the laundering ring before your regulatory team can file charges. Which is why I have a witness protection arrangement lined up for you, Elena replied, tucking the USB drive into his open palm. Her cold fingers brushed his skin as she closed his fingers around the tiny device. Once we submit the full file evidence to the Independent Federal Fraud Task Force separate from the compromised city regulatory board, they'll place you under temporary protective custody until the trial concludes. Vera can't touch you, can't manufacture charges without counter-evidence from the server logs proving he's the one orchestrating the transfers. A gust of wind tore across the river, whipping rain into their faces. Ethan stared down at the USB drive resting heavy in his palm, the weight of an impossible choice settling over him. If he walked away now, he could pretend none of this conversation happened. He could go back to his empty high-rise apartment, ignore the corruption unfolding beneath his feet, keep his 6 six-figure salary and corner office, and let hundreds of millions in dirty cash flow through Metro City's financial system unchallenged. If he agreed to Elena's plan, he risked everything he'd spent 6 years building. His career, his reputation, his quiet chance to reconcile with Clara, the stable, successful life he'd fought so hard to earn. He glanced back at Horizon Building's glowing tower, remembering Vera's cold threat on the balcony an hour prior. "You just picked a fight with the board." And they don't forget, the fight was no longer just a disagreement over a risky real estate deal. It was a battle against a billionaire criminal with every city official in his pocket. "When do we move?" he asked finally, slipping the USB drive into the inner pocket of his jacket beside his muted phone. Elena's tense expression softened, a flicker of relief crossing her hazel eyes. "1 hour from now. The building's night security rotation shifts at
凌晨12:15，
leaving a 10-minute gap in the camera coverage outside the data suite doors. You'll sleep in during that window, plug the bypass drive into the main server terminal, wait 90 seconds for the file transfer, then exit the building through the underground parking garage service exit. No security cameras down that corridor. I'll wait for you in an unmarked sedan 2 blocks west of the garage, ready to take the drive and secure the evidence before Vera's IT team detects the breach." She paused, glancing over her shoulder toward the empty pier entrance, checking for stray passers-by or surveillance vehicles. "One morning," she added, voice dropping to a near whisper, "Vera hired private ex-military contractors to patrol the building after midnight. If you're caught inside the data suite without a pre-approved work order, they won't call the police first. They'll detain you, confiscate any evidence on your person, and hand you straight to Vera for interrogation. There's no leniency from his security team." Ethan nodded, already mapping out the building's layout in his mind. He knew every blind spot in the camera network, every shift change gap, every unmonitored service corridor from countless late nights pulling overtime reports. The plan was risky, but not impossible if he stayed calm, moved fast, and avoided the roaming security patrols. "I'll be there," he confirmed. Elena offered a sharp, grateful nod before pulling her hood back over her face, turning to walk back toward the pier's far exit without another word. Her boots clicked softly against the rotting wood planks, fading into the rain and river fog until her silhouette vanished entirely from sight. Ethan stood alone on the empty pier, clutching the USB drive through his jacket fabric, staring out at the black churning river. The neon glow of downtown reflected broken across the water, a glittering mask hiding rot beneath the surface, just like Vera Capital, just like every polished, wealthy corner of Metro City he'd ever known. He retrieved the manila folder from the bench, tucking it under one arm, and turned to retrace his steps back through the alley toward the main road. He had less than an hour to return to Horizon Building, to slip past night security, and steal the evidence that would take down the most powerful man in downtown finance. There was no turning back now. Chapter 4. The taxi's windshield wipers thrashed furiously against the downpour, blurring the towering glass facades of downtown into streaks of blue and gold light. Ethan slouched in the back seat, his jacket collar pulled high to shield his face from the driver's rearview mirror, both hands tucked deep into his pockets, one wrapped around the bypass USB drive, the other resting lightly on the pocket knife at his hip. The cab driver, a middle-aged man with a faded baseball cap pulled low over his eyes, spoke without glancing back from the wheel. Horizon Building, huh? Work real late tonight, sir. Most of the finance folks cleared out hours ago. Last minute client audit, Ethan replied, keeping his tone flat and neutral, avoiding unnecessary conversation. Small talk meant opportunity for loose details, and he couldn't risk anyone remembering his unusual midnight return to the office hours from now. The driver hummed a quiet tune under his breath, merging into the slow line of traffic circling the building's main drop-off lane. Rain battered the taxi's roof, loud enough to muffle the distant sirens echoing from the city's Midtown district. Another minor crisis, another anonymous struggle unfolding somewhere beneath the neon skyline, irrelevant to the high-stakes game Ethan was about to play inside the 20-story tower ahead. When the cab rolled to a stop beneath the covered marble entrance, Ethan handed over cash without waiting for change, pushing open the passenger door and stepping out into the cold rain. He adjusted his tie, smoothed the damp wrinkles from his suit jacket, and walked past the two uniformed night security guards manning the lobby checkpoint, forcing a calm, exhausted smile that matched the facade of a burnt-out senior manager pulling overtime. The elder guard, a gray-haired man who'd worked the lobby shift for 3 years, nodded in recognition, waving him through without a second glance. Another all-nighter, Mr. Hale. Q3 reports need final sign-off before market open Monday. Ethan lied smoothly, tapping the manila folder still tucked under his arm for show. Can't push the work to the interns. Vera wants personal oversight on every acquisition file. The guard chuckled, shaking his head sympathetically. That man doesn't cut anyone slack. Elevators to the executive floor are still unlocked for authorized staff. Data wing access badge still active for you, right? All clear, Ethan confirmed, continuing toward the bank of glass elevators without lingering. He could feel the guard's eyes on his back as he stepped into an empty lift, pressing the button for the 20th-floor executive level. The doors slid shut with a soft hiss, sealing him inside the narrow metal box as it began its slow ascent upward. Alone in the elevator, Ethan pulled the tiny silver USB drive from his pocket, twisting it between his thumb and forefinger. 90 seconds was barely enough time to copy terabytes of encrypted ledger data, and one misstep, one unexpected patrol, one malfunctioning scanner, one security guard checking unplanned room logs would unravel everything Elena had spent 18 months building. He thought of Clara again, the quiet apartment they'd shared before the breakup, the warm kitchen nights he'd traded for endless office overtime and empty balcony solitude. If this operation failed, he'd never get the chance to apologize, to fix the damage his ambition had done to their relationship. The elevator dinged, doors sliding open to the empty 20-floor hallway. Recessed ceiling lights cast a pale white glow over rows of vacant glass offices, desks abandoned mid-work, half-empty coffee mugs left beside laptop screens dimmed to sleep mode. The only sound was the distant hum of the building's central air conditioning, echoing down the long silent corridor. Ethan stepped out, moving quickly but casually toward the far end of the hall where a locked reinforced metal door marked Data Wing authorized personnel only blocked access to the server suite. A biometric palm scanner sat mounted to the wall beside the lock, its small digital screen dark until he stepped within arm's reach. He checked his watch.
凌晨12:11。
The 10-minute camera blind window had just begun. Glancing left and right to confirm the hallway remained empty, Ethan pulled the bypass USB drive from his pocket, pressing its metal tip against the small auxiliary port hidden beneath the scanner's casing. A faint green flicker flashed across the scanner's screen. The device hummed softly, its pre-programmed override code cracking Vera's exclusive biometric lock. After 3 heartbeats, the heavy metal door clicked once, swinging open an inch to grant entry. He slipped inside the data wing, closing the door gently behind him to avoid drawing attention with loud noise. The room stretched wide, lined with towering black server racks that emitted a constant low whir, rows of blinking blue status lights illuminating the cool, air-conditioned space. A single central terminal desk sat in the middle of the room, its main server hub exposed on the desktop, waiting for a data transfer device. Ethan crossed the room in 3 quick strides, dropping to one knee beside the terminal and plugging the silver USB drive into the primary data port. A countdown timer popped up on the terminal's monitor, 90 seconds remaining. He stood, scanning every shadowed corner of the data wing for hidden patrols or motion sensors, his ears straining to catch the sound of footsteps approaching the metal door. 60 seconds ticked down on the screen, the server racks humming louder as terabytes of hidden offshore ledger files copied onto the small bypass drive. 50 seconds. 40. 30. A heavy, deliberate footstep echoed from the hallway outside the locked data wing door. Ethan froze, his blood running cold. The patrol had arrived early. Chapter 5. The footsteps drew closer, slow and heavy, the hard sole of a tactical boot clicking against the marble hallway floor. Various private military security contractors wore distinct reinforced boots, a detail Elena had warned him about back on the Riverside Pier. This was no regular lobby guard making a routine sweep. Ethan's gaze darted wildly across the data wing, searching for a hiding spot. The server racks lined the walls left and right, narrow gaps barely wide enough for a grown man to squeeze into, but any movement between the racks would cast a shadow visible beneath the door's thin gap. The single storage closet in the back corner had a glass window panel, useless for concealment. There was nowhere to hide. 20 seconds left on the transfer timer. The metal door's handle jiggled once, the security guard testing the lock to confirm it remained secured. Ethan held his breath, pressing his back flat against the terminal desk, his hand hovering near the pocket knife tucked in his trouser waistband. If the guard forced the door open before the file copy finished, he'd lose all the evidence Elena needed to build her fraud case and face immediate detention, interrogation at Vera's hands. 15 seconds. 10. 5. A sharp chime blared from the terminal monitor. Transfer complete flashed across the screen in bright white text. Ethan ripped the USB drive free from the port, shoving it back into his jacket pocket in one fluid motion, just as the metal door's lock clicked under brute force. The guard had overridden the bypass scanner from his patrol tablet, breaking into the data wing before Ethan could slip out the service exit. The door swung wide open. Two men stepped inside, both dressed in all-black tactical uniforms, bulletproof vests strapped across their chests, handguns holstered at their hips. The lead guard, a broad-shouldered man with a shaved head and a scar slicing through his left eyebrow, fixed his cold gray eyes directly on Ethan, his hand resting loosely on the grip of his sidearm. The second guard positioned himself beside the door, blocking any escape route back into the hallway. "Mr. Hale," the lead guard said, his voice low and grabbled, sharp with unspoken threat. "No pre-approved night access request filed for the data wing. What exactly are you doing in restricted server space after midnight?" Ethan forced his features to relax, clinging to the exhausted overtime manager lie he'd used downstairs, keeping his hands visible at his sides to avoid triggering their defensive instincts. "Vera sent me to pull archived QR offshore client ledgers for the West Side deal follow-up," he said, gesturing toward the blank terminal screen behind him. "He called my personal line 20 minutes ago, ordered the files printed before morning board meeting. Didn't have time to file a formal access slip," he said. "Priority overrides the paperwork protocol tonight." The scarred guard narrowed his eyes, stepping forward one slow pace, scanning the terminal desk for loose USB drives or copied file printouts. He noted the empty port where Ethan had plugged the bypass device seconds prior, a faint digital residue still glowing on the metal contact points. Vera's private line logs show no incoming or outgoing calls to your phone after
晚上8点。
the guard countered, pulling a slim patrol tablet from his vest pocket to tap through real-time building communication records. Your device was set to airplane mode for the last hour. No client ledger print jobs logged to the data wing printers either. Your story doesn't line up. Ethan's pulse hammered against his throat. The lie was crumbling fast, and the USB drive holding all the incriminating evidence sat hidden against his chest, impossible to discard without drawing immediate suspicion. He needed a distraction, an opening to slip past the two guards and bolt for the underground service exit Elena had mapped out for him. He tilted his chin toward the server racks lining the far wall, feigning a casual gesture toward a flickering error light on one of the rack monitors. One of the secondary storage servers flagged a corruption alert when I logged into the terminal, he said, shifting the guard's attention away from the empty data port. I stopped to troubleshoot the glitch before pulling the client files must have triggered an unrecognized access flag on your patrol logs. You can cross-check the server error code on your tablet if you don't believe me. The scarred guard hesitated, glancing down at his device to pull up the server wing's diagnostic alerts. The split second of distraction was all Ethan needed. He ducked left, sprinting past the second guard standing at the door, his boots pounding against the cool tile floor as he burst back into the empty 20-floor hallway. "Stop him!" the lead guard shouted, dropping his tablet to give chase. Heavy footsteps echoed behind Ethan as he sprinted toward the narrow maintenance stairwell tucked at the far end of the corridor, the only route leading directly down to the underground parking garage's unmonitored service exit. He slammed his palm against the stairwell's metal push-bar door, launching himself down the concrete steps two at a time, rainwater dripping from his suit onto the cold landing beneath his feet. The two security guards closed the gap fast, their tactical boots thundering on the stairs above him, shouting threats that bounced off the concrete walls. "Freeze, Hale, we have orders to detain you on site. Do not resist." Ethan didn't slow. He rounded a sharp landing turn, grabbing the metal handrail to propel himself faster downward, counting floors as he descended.
19, 18, 17.
The underground garage sat 3 levels below the main lobby, a dozen flights still separating him from Freedom and Elena's waiting sedan. By the 12th floor landing, he could hear the guards' footsteps only a single flight behind him, their voices growing louder as they closed the distance. Ethan's lungs burned, his dress shoes slipping slightly on the wet concrete steps, but he refused to pause. If they caught him now, the USB drive would be seized, the evidence erased, and Vera's laundering operation would continue unpunished for years to come. He hit the basement landing hard, bursting through the stairwell door into the dimly lit underground parking garage. Rows of luxury sedans and sports cars lined the concrete base, their polished surfaces reflecting the faint overhead fluorescent lights. Elena had instructed him to head west, toward the fire service exit marked with a faded yellow emergency sign. An unmarked black sedan would be parked directly outside the door. Ethan wove between parked vehicles, ducking behind a black Range Rover to put distance between himself and the pursuing guards. The two men crashed through the stairwell door seconds later, splitting off to search opposite sides of the garage, flashlights flicking across windshields and concrete pillars as they hunted for his silhouette. He sprinted low across the open garage bay, reaching the faded yellow service exit door, twisting the metal handle and shoving it open to step out into the rainy back alley. Exactly as Elena promised, an unmarked gray sedan idled 10 feet away, passenger window rolled halfway down. Elena's hazel eyes locked onto his figure the second he emerged. "Get in, now," she hissed, voice sharp with urgency. Ethan threw open the passenger door, sliding into the front seat and slamming it shut behind him. Elena hit the gas before he could fasten his seat belt, the tires spinning slightly on the wet asphalt as she peeled away from the curb, racing down the narrow alley away from Horizon Building's garage. Glancing out the rear window, Ethan watched the two security guards burst through the service exit, empty-handed, shouting as the sedan's tail lights vanished around a corner. The threat of immediate capture faded, but the danger was far from over. Veyron now knew someone had breached his restricted data wing, and he would deploy every resource at his disposal to track down the intruder. Elena's knuckles whitened around the steering wheel as she merged onto a quiet side street, far from the downtown core's crowded thoroughfares. She spared a quick glance toward Ethan's jacket pocket, where the bypass USB drive bulged faintly against the fabric. "You got the files?" she asked. Ethan pulled the tiny silver drive out, setting it down on the dashboard between them. The plastic casing glinted under the streetlights passing outside the windows. "Full transfer complete before the guards intercepted me," he confirmed, leaning back against the passenger seat to catch his breath. "They have my name, my face, building security footage of me breaking into the data wing. Vera will put a city-wide tracker on my phone, my apartment, every place I've frequented in the last 6 years by sunrise." Elena nodded, reaching into the glove compartment to pull out a burner phone and a set of folded temporary housing documents, sliding them across the dashboard toward him. "Temporary safe house in the Northern Industrial District, no registered address linked to your identity. The burner phone is untraceable. Use it only to contact me for the next 72 hours until the federal task force processes the ledger evidence. Once they file the federal warrant against Vera, we'll move you into official witness protection housing outside city limits." She paused, turning onto a quiet tree-lined residential road where no surveillance cameras lined the sidewalks. For the next 3 days, you cannot return to your apartment, cannot contact anyone you know including your ex-fiancée Clara. Various investigators will target everyone close to you to draw you out of hiding. Any contact puts both you and them at severe risk. Ethan's chest tightened at the mention of Clara. The thought of cutting off all communication with her, leaving her completely unaware of the life or death conspiracy he'd stepped into, weighed heavier than the threat of Vera's retaliation. But Elena's warning was unavoidable. One careless text or phone call would unravel the entire investigation. He stared out the passenger window at the quiet residential houses sliding past, their windows dark, residents asleep, oblivious to the corruption and manhunt unfolding in the city's financial heart. Metro City's neon glamour masked a tangled web of greed, bribery, and criminal cover. UPS stretching from the top floor of Horizon Building down to every city council office downtown. And Ethan Hale, once a loyal cog in Vera's corporate machine, had just become the only man capable of tearing it all down. Word count so far,
7800.
English words. Reply with continue and I will keep writing the next chapters non-stop to hit the full
100,000.
word target. Neon City Dusk. Chapter 6. Rain hammered the sedan's roof as Elena steered deeper into North Industrial District, an area rarely touched by downtown's glittering neon. Factories with rusted metal gates lined both sides of the road, vacant warehouses stacked beside derelict loading docks, street lamps spaced so far apart long stretches of the route drowned in unbroken shadow. No luxury apartments, no upscale cafes, no surveillance cameras mounted on lampposts or storefronts, perfect ground to lay low without Vera's private trackers picking up their trail. Ethan twisted the silver USB drive between his fingers, his gaze fixed on the rear-view mirror, half expecting black tactical vehicles to surge around every corner. The two security guards at Horizon Building had seen his face, logged his name, noted his unauthorized incursion into the restricted server wing. By dawn, Richard Vera would have every private investigator, off-duty cop and contracted mercenary in the city scouring every neighborhood for his trail. Your apartment building is already compromised, Elena said, breaking the tense silence hanging thick in the car. She kept her voice low, eyes sharp on every side street branching off the main industrial road. I checked the building's security feed remotely 10 minutes ago. 3 men in unmarked suits arrived at your lobby 5 minutes after we fled the garage. They've got a warrant to sweep every unit, seize all your electronics, pull every text, call log and email you've sent over the past 3 years. Ethan's jaw went rigid. All his personal belongings, photos of him and Clara, old family heirlooms left in his high-rise condo. Everything would be ransacked, combed through for anything Vera could twist into fabricated criminal evidence to frame him as the mastermind of the money laundering ring. "They'll plant fake documents," he muttered, more to himself than to Elena. "False offshore account contracts with my signature forged, fake transfer logs making it look like I funneled millions through West Side Development. The average federal prosecutor will take one look at the planted evidence and lock me up before I get to present the server files. Which is why we can't let them get to you before the task force reviews the USB data," Elena replied, turning the sedan onto a cracked gravel side road hidden between two abandoned steel factories. The tires crunched over loose stone, kicking up puddles of rainwater that splattered the car's undercarriage. The Independent Federal Fraud Unit operates entirely separate from Metro City's corrupted regulatory board. Their agents don't take campaign donations from billionaires like Vera. Once we hand over the full ledger records, every fake piece of evidence his men plant will be instantly discredited. She pulled the car to a stop beside a boarded-up brick warehouse, its front entrance concealed behind a rusted metal roll-down shutter. A narrow side door, painted faded gray, sat tucked out of sight behind a stack of discarded shipping pallets. Elena cut the engine, plunging the cabin into near total darkness save for faint streaks of distant streetlight filtering through the rain-streaked windows. "This is the safe house," she said, nodding toward the side door. "It's a disused storage unit repurposed by the Regulatory Division for emergency witness holding. Running water, basic furniture, non-traceable Wi-Fi, no utility bills linked to any known names. No one but me knows this location exists." Ethan slipped the USB drive into the inner zipper pocket of his jacket, double-checking the seal to make certain it could not slip out. He grabbed the burner phone and stack of temporary housing papers Elena had slid across the dashboard earlier, shoving both into his trouser pocket before pushing open the passenger door. Cold rain washed over him instantly, seeping through the damp fabric of his already waterlogged suit. They crossed the gravel lot in quick, silent strides, Elena unlocking the gray side door with a small brass key pulled from her trench coat pocket. The door creaked open on rusted hinges, releasing a wave of stale, dry air scented with dust and old cardboard storage boxes. She stepped inside first, flicking on a dim overhead LED bulb strung along the ceiling rafters, illuminating a cramped but functional living space partitioned off from the rest of the warehouse's empty storage base. A worn fold-out couch sat against one brick wall, a rickety metal table with two plastic folding chairs positioned beneath the light, a mini fridge and portable hot plate tucked into a corner nook, a small bathroom partitioned off at the back with a shower stall and basic sink. No windows facing the main road, only a single tiny skylight high on the warehouse roof, covered over with thick black tarpaulin to block any outside view. Supplies are stocked in the fridge, Elena said, gesturing toward the small cooling unit. Bottled water, pre-packaged sandwiches, fruit, instant coffee. I'll swing by tomorrow morning to drop off fresh clothes, a change of shoes, toiletries. Avoid turning on the skylight tarp for any reason. A stray flash of light could draw curious patrols or Vera's surveillance drones. Ethan wandered over to the metal table, sinking down onto one of the plastic chairs, exhaustion crashing over him all at once. 14 hours of back-to-back corporate meetings, a brutal confrontation with Vera on the 20th floor balcony, a midnight meeting on a derelict river pier, a risky server break-in, a foot chase through the office stairwell and underground garage, and now hiding out in an abandoned industrial warehouse. His body and mind were frayed thin at every edge. He pulled out the burner phone, turning it over in his palm. The device was cheap plastic, no camera, no GPS tracking chip, no link to his personal identity. Only text or call you on this, he asked. Strictly text, whenever possible, Elena confirmed, leaning against the brick wall beside the door, her trench coat still dripping rain onto the concrete floor. Calls leave audio signal traces that skilled investigators can triangulate. Short text messages only, minimal details. If I send a single word clear, it means I'm on my way with supplies or new updates. If I send lockdown, hide in the bathroom closet and do not make a sound until I give the all clear. She paused, her hazel eyes hardening with solemn gravity. One more critical rule: do not attempt to contact Clara Bennett under any circumstances. Vera's team has her address under 24-hour observation. If you send even a single anonymous text, they'll trace the signal back to this warehouse within hours. She will be dragged into this investigation as a person of interest, interrogated relentlessly, possibly threatened to lure you out of hiding. Her safety depends entirely on you cutting all contact. Ethan's throat tightened. The image of Clara sitting alone in their old shared apartment, unaware that men paid by his ruthless boss were staking out every exit, made his chest ache sharply. He'd broken off their engagement 3 months prior to shield her from the toxicity of his high-pressure finance career. But he'd never imagined his choices would put her in direct, life-threatening danger. I just need to know she's safe, he said quietly, voice rough with suppressed guilt. I can't stand by while Vera's people camp outside her front door. I'll keep an eye on her surveillance detail remotely, Elena promised, softening her rigid tone slightly. I have contacts within the city's patrol division who can send me real-time updates on who's watching her building. If they move to confront or threaten her, I'll intervene before anything escalates. But you cannot reach out to her yourself. That line cannot be crossed. Ethan nodded, conceding the point. He knew she was right. His urge to check on Clara would only put both of them in mortal peril. Elena glanced down at her wristwatch, pushing off the wall to head back toward the exit door. I need to leave before dawn breaks. Daylight makes this industrial zone busier, increases the risk of witnesses spotting my sedan. I'll return at 8 a.m. sharp tomorrow with food, clothing and a portable laptop to copy the USB's ledger files onto encrypted hard drives for the federal task force. She paused at the door, her hand resting on the metal handle. Stay inside at all times tonight. Do not open the door for anyone, no matter what voice you hear outside. If you hear vehicles pulling up or footsteps approaching the warehouse, turn off the overhead light and hide in the bathroom storage closet. This safe house is untraceable, but it's not impenetrable. With that final warning, she stepped back out into the rain, pulling the gray door shut and locking it from the outside with a sharp click. The faint sound of her sedan's engines pulling up echoed through the warehouse walls before fading into the distant hum of the empty industrial district. Ethan stood alone in the dim, quiet storage space, the weight of isolation settling over him. For 6 years, his life had been non-stop noise ringing office phones, client negotiations, boardroom debates, the endless buzz of downtown Metro City's financial district. Now he was trapped in a silent, empty warehouse, cut off from every person and routine he'd ever known, marked as a fugitive by the powerful billionaire he'd once considered his mentor. He pulled the silver USB drive out of his jacket pocket, laying it flat on the metal table beneath the flickering LED bulb. Thousands of pages of encrypted offshore ledgers, transfer records, shell company ownership documents, proof of hundreds of millions in laundered dirty capital, all the ammunition needed to destroy Vera Capital and lock Richard Vera away for decades. But victory came with a steep cost. His career was finished. His reputation would be dragged through the mud by Vera's smear campaign. His apartment, possessions and old life were already lost. The woman he still loved was under constant surveillance, trapped in the crossfire of a corporate criminal conspiracy he'd accidentally uncovered. He dragged the fold-out couch away from the brick wall, collapsing onto its thin, scratchy fabric cushions. Rain continued to pound the warehouse roof overhead, a steady drumming rhythm that blurred the line between wakefulness and exhaustion. He closed his eyes for a moment, his mind drifting back to the night he'd ended his engagement with Clara. They'd sat on their apartment balcony overlooking the city skyline, the same neon glow that now felt like a mask hiding endless corruption stretching out before them. Clara had begged him to step back from his 80-hour work weeks, to slow down, to choose a life together over endless corporate ambition. He'd been stubborn, convinced success would fix everything, convinced he could balance love and the cutthroat world of high finance. He'd been dead wrong. If he'd listened to her 3 months ago, walked away from Vera Capital, then none of this would be unfolding. No hidden money laundering scheme, no midnight peer meetings with fraud investigators, no manhunt, no threat to Clara's safety. He'd traded peace for power, and now every terrible consequence was crashing down around him. A faint buzz pulled him out of his heavy thoughts. The cheap burner phone vibrated on the table beside his elbow. He grabbed it quickly, unlocking the screen to find a single text message from Elena's untraceable number. Stakeout at Clara's building is only 2 unarmed observers tonight. No threats yet. I'll monitor through sunrise. Rest while you can. Ethan exhaled a slow, shaky breath, some small fraction of his panic easing at the confirmation that Clara remained unharmed for the moment. He typed a short reply back, understood. We'll stay concealed here till morning, be careful driving back. He sent the message, then powered the burner phone down entirely to conserve battery, setting it aside on the far edge of the metal table. No more distractions, no more checking for updates. He needed to rest while the brief window of safety lasted. He stretched out on the fold-out couch, his suit still damp and cold against his skin, staring up at the exposed wooden rafters crisscrossing the warehouse ceiling. Outside, the rain showed no sign of letting up, drowning Metro City's glittering downtown in gray, endless mist. Somewhere miles away, Richard Vera sat in his penthouse office, poring over security footage from the Horizon Building data wing, plotting every move to hunt Ethan down and erase the damning evidence locked away on the tiny silver USB drive resting inches from his hand. The fight was only just beginning. Chapter 7. Dawn seeped through the black tarpaulin covering the warehouse skylight hours later, faint gray light bleeding into the dim storage space to rouse Ethan from a fitful, broken sleep. He'd drifted off briefly on the fold-out couch, his mind plagued by looping nightmares, Vera's security guards closing in, Clara caught in the crossfire, the USB drive slipping from his grasp and falling into the CEO's waiting hands. He jolted awake every hour, hyper alert to every distant creak of the warehouse walls, every rumble of a passing truck on the gravel road outside. His entire body ached from the uncomfortable couch and damp suit he'd worn for more than 12 straight hours. He stood, stretching his stiff shoulders, and crossed to the mini-fridge to grab a cold bottle of water, twisting the cap open and draining half the bottle in one long gulp to soothe his parched throat. The portable hot plate sat unused in the corner, but he had no energy to brew coffee. Anxiety had burned away any trace of drowsiness hours before sunrise. He powered the burner phone back on, waiting for the screen to boot up, half expecting a flood of new texts from Elena. Only one message waited, timestamped 6:47 a.m. En route with supplies and encrypted laptop. ETA 15 minutes. Surveillance on Clara's building rotated shifts, still no aggressive moves from Vera's men. A small weight lifted off Ethan's chest. Clara remained safe, for now. He folded the phone shut, tucking it into his trouser pocket, then paced the narrow length of the makeshift living area, his gaze repeatedly drifting to the silver USB drive resting on the metal table. The evidence inside it held the power to dismantle Vera's criminal empire, but it also made him the primary target of a billionaire with unlimited resources to destroy anyone standing in his path. 15 minutes ticked by slowly, each second dragging out as Ethan hovered beside the warehouse's side door, listening for the distant hum of Elena's sedan. When the faint sound of tires crunching over gravel finally reached his ears, he stepped back from the door, slipping into a ready stance beside the brick partition separating the living space from the empty warehouse space, following Elena's lockdown protocol, just in case the vehicle following her. A soft, quiet knock tapped 3 times against the gray metal door, the prearranged signal they'd agreed on the night before. Ethan crossed over, unlocking the deadbolt and pulling the door open a crack. Elena stood outside, her trench coat now dry, a large canvas duffel bag slung over one shoulder, a slim black laptop case clutched in her other hand. She scanned the gravel lot behind her quickly to confirm no tail followed before stepping inside, letting Ethan re-lock the door behind her. "Morning," she said, setting the duffel bag down on the metal table and unzipping it to reveal folded casual clothing, plain dark jeans, cotton hoodies, clean T-shirts, a pair of sturdy black sneakers, basic toothpaste, a disposable razor, travel shampoo and deodorant. "Your suit's soaked through and recognizable to every security guard and investigator Vera has on payroll. Change into this, don't wear the suit again for any reason." Ethan nodded, grabbing the bundle of clothes from the bag and stepping into the small bathroom partition to change. Shedding the damp formal business attire felt like shedding the old identity he'd carried for 6 years, the high-ranking asset manager, the trusted protege of Richard Vera, the man who'd measured his worth in quarterly bonuses and corner office views. When he stepped back out in simple jeans and a gray hoodie, the transformation felt stark. He no longer looked like downtown finance royalty, just another anonymous stranger lost in the industrial outskirts of the city. Elena had already pulled the slim encrypted laptop out of its case, setting it up on the metal table and plugging a portable power bank into its charging port. She gestured toward the silver USB drive sitting on the tabletop. "Let's copy every file onto 2 separate encrypted hard drives," she explained, sliding 2 matte black portable drives out of her coat pocket. "One set for the Federal Fraud Task Force, one backup I'll store in a locked regulatory vault miles outside the city. If Vera's men somehow seize this USB drive from you, the backup copies guarantee the case against him doesn't collapse." Ethan picked up the tiny silver bypass drive, plugging it into the laptop's side port. The screen flickered to life, prompting a long encryption password Elena recited from memory, typed in quick, practiced strokes. Within seconds, thousands of hidden ledger folders popped up on the display, pages upon pages of offshore transfer logs, West Side development fake asset evaluations, shell company registration papers with Vera's hidden signature buried in redacted fine print, records of millions in illegal campaign donations funneled to city council and regulatory board members. Ethan leaned over the screen, scrolling through the files alongside Elena, his stomach twisting as he absorbed the full scale of the fraud he'd stumbled onto. It wasn't just a single risky real estate laundering scheme. Vera had built a multi-year criminal network, bribing officials, fabricating asset values, shuffling unregulated dirty capital through dozens of anonymous shell companies, all hidden behind the polished legitimacy of a billion-dollar investment firm. Every quarterly audit, every external accounting review, every regulatory check had been manipulated through bribed insiders to overlook the mountains of incriminating data locked away on the restricted auxiliary server. He's been running this operation since before I joined the firm, Ethan murmured, staring at transfer records dated 5 years prior to his hiring. I spent 6 years buried in client portfolios and acquisition reports, completely blind to the fraud unfolding right under my nose. Vera specializes in keeping his mid-level managers in the dark, Elena replied, scrolling through a folder labeled Discretionary Offshore Bonuses. The screen filled with names of every senior staff member at Vera Capital, every name except Ethan's, no six-figure under the table payouts listed beside his entry. Every other top manager accepted secret untaxed bonuses from the laundered profits. That's why none of them questioned the redacted server ledgers or vague offshore client paperwork. They were personally profiting from the scheme. You're the only one who turned down every discretionary payout he offered, which makes you the only credible witness without a conflict of interest. Ethan stared at the list of names, division heads, senior analysts, acquisition specialists, all people he'd worked alongside daily for years, people he'd once considered colleagues and acquaintances. Every single one had been bought off, complicit in covering up Vera's criminal activity for personal financial gain. Trust within the firm had been nothing more than a carefully constructed illusion. The file copying process hummed quietly in the background as they continued sorting through the evidence, cross-referencing transfer dates with Westside Development's fake financial reports to build an unbroken paper trail proving intentional money laundering. It took just over an hour to duplicate every encrypted record onto both backup hard drives. Once the transfer finished, Elena safely ejected the silver USB bypass drive and locked both backup hard drives inside a small padded lockbox she pulled from her duffel bag. "I'll deliver one hard drive to the Federal Task Force headquarters this afternoon," she said, securing the lockbox's combination latch. "Their agents will begin drafting federal arrest warrants for Vera and every complicit senior manager by close of business today. Once the warrants are signed, we'll move you from this warehouse safe house to official witness protection housing outside metro city limits. No more hiding in abandoned industrial storage units." A faint, distant siren wailed somewhere far down the industrial access road, growing slightly louder before fading again. Elena's hand drifted instinctively to the concealed badge holstered inside her trench coat, her posture sharpening into alert tension. Local patrol unit, probably responding to a trespassing call at one of the vacant factories down the block, she reassured him after a moment, listening to the siren's retreating tone. "Not Vera's contractors. But we can't stay here much longer. Once warrants are filed, city police will increase patrols through this district, raising the risk of discovery." She paused, pulling the burner phone across the table toward Ethan and sliding a folded paper note beside it, covered in handwritten numbers and street names. "This is a list of emergency meeting points scattered across the northern suburbs, all far from downtown surveillance zones. If something goes wrong, if this warehouse is breached, if I lose contact, if Vera's men track you here, head to the first address on the list at midnight the same day. I'll leave a fresh burner phone and new safe house coordinates hidden there for you." Ethan folded the note carefully, tucking it deep into the inner pocket of his hoodie for safekeeping. The weight of constant danger lingered thick in the air, impossible to ignore. Every small misstep could unravel the entire investigation, land him in custody, put Clara's life at risk, and let Richard Vera escape accountability for years of white-collar crime worth hundreds of millions of dollars. "Will Clara be offered witness protection too?" he asked, the question lingering on his tongue for minutes before he worked up the courage to voice it. Elena's expression softened with understanding, recognizing how heavily the fear for his ex-fiancée weighed on him. "If she's formally named as a witness to Vera's intimidation tactics once the trial begins, yes. But right now she's only a civilian bystander caught in the crosshairs. I can file a protective order to keep Vera's investigators from loitering outside her apartment once the federal warrants are active. Federal law enforcement has authority to enforce that, overriding any local bribed patrol officers." That small promise offered Ethan a flicker of hope amid the endless anxiety clouding his thoughts. At the very least, Clara would be granted legal protection once the arrest warrants were issued, free from the constant surveillance she'd been subjected to overnight. Elena packed the empty duffel bag back over her shoulder, grabbed the locked evidence lockbox and laptop case, and headed for the warehouse's side door. "I'll text you updates as soon as the federal task force reviews the evidence and signs off on arrest warrants. Stay inside, avoid lighting the skylight tarp, only use the burner phone for urgent text messages. I'll be back by tonight with news." She slipped out the door, locking it securely from the outside once more, leaving Ethan alone in the quiet warehouse once again, surrounded by empty storage boxes and the faint hum of the portable laptop's cooling fan. Outside, the morning rain had slowed to a thin gray drizzle, blanketing the abandoned factory district in muted, lifeless haze. He sank back onto the fold-out couch, staring at the blank brick wall across from him, his mind cycling between thoughts of Clara, the mountain of criminal evidence locked away in Elena's lockbox, and Richard Vera's vengeful, unyielding power. Metro City's glittering financial empire was built on a foundation of corruption, and Ethan Hale held the single key to bringing it all crashing down. Word count so far,
10600.
English words. Reply continue to keep advancing the plot with new chapters toward the full
100,000.
word novel. Neon City Dusk. Chapter 8. Silence stretched long after Elena's sedan rumbled off the gravel lot. The warehouse's thin metal walls trapped every faint sound from the outside world, distant truck engines trundling along industrial highways, the slow drip of leftover rain from rusted roof gutters, a lone crow cawing somewhere atop an abandoned factory chimney. Ethan paced the narrow strip of concrete floor between the fold-out couch and the metal table, unable to settle his frayed nerves. He picked up the burner phone and tapped its screen awake. No new texts. The screen dimmed again after 10 seconds, leaving him with nothing but his own racing thoughts to occupy the empty hours ahead. The change of clothes had dulled the sharp edge of his old identity, but his mind still clung to the routines of Horizon building, morning conference calls, spreadsheet audits, lunch meetings in the glass rooftop restaurant where he and Clara once dined on their one-year anniversary. That memory stung sharper than any threat Vera could level at him. He wandered to the mini fridge and pulled out a plastic-wrapped turkey sandwich, peeling back the packaging to take a half-hearted bite. The bread was stale, the meat bland, nothing like the upscale catered meals served in the executive break room. It was a stark reminder of how rapidly his life had unraveled in less than 24 hours. Yesterday at this time, he'd stood on the 20th floor balcony, debating a risky real estate acquisition with his billionaire boss. Today, he was a fugitive hiding in a derelict storage unit, hunted by private mercenaries, carrying proof of hundreds of millions in financial fraud. After finishing the sandwich, he dragged the plastic folding chair to the table and sat down, staring at the empty laptop case Elena had left behind. Without the encrypted hard drives plugged in, the device held no value. She'd taken every critical piece of evidence with her to deliver to the federal task force. That left him helpless, stuck waiting for word on whether the prosecutors would move quickly to issue arrest warrants against Vera and his circle of complicit managers. He thought back to the list of names he'd seen on the offshore bonus files. Mark Torres, the head of acquisitions who'd pushed relentlessly for the West Side buyout. Lisa Carter, lead senior analyst who'd falsified risk reports to satisfy Vera's demands. Derek Moss, the firm's chief legal counsel, who'd drafted dozens of redacted shell company contracts to hide the laundered capital. All of them people he'd collaborated with weekly, people who'd smiled and shaken his hand while secretly profiting from criminal activity. Trust had been nothing more than a performance inside the glass walls of Horizon Building. A low, distant rumble cut through the warehouse's quiet. Ethan's head shot toward the side door, muscles tensing. It was deeper than a passenger sedan, heavy tires, the low growl of a large pickup truck or armored utility vehicle. He stood and crossed to the door, pressing his ear flat against the cold metal panel to listen closer. The vehicle rolled to a stop outside the warehouse lot. Heavy boots crunched over gravel, two distinct sets of footsteps circling the perimeter of the boarded brick structure. They moved slowly, deliberate, pausing every few feet to tap the wooden pallets stacked beside the side entrance, as if searching for hidden entry points. Ethan's pulse spiked. This was no random patrol or lost construction worker. Vera's private contractors had tracked him down. He remembered Elena's lockdown protocol instantly. He turned off the single overhead LED bulb, plunging the warehouse into near total darkness, only faint gray daylight seeping through the covered skylight high above. He grabbed the burner phone and stuffed it into the pocket of his hoodie, then slipped silently toward the tiny bathroom closet at the back of the partitioned living space. The closet was narrow, barely wide enough for one person, stacked with discarded plastic storage bins that blocked him from view of the bathroom door. He squeezed inside, pulling the thin fabric closet door closed just enough to conceal his silhouette, leaving a tiny crack to watch the bathroom entrance and the main warehouse corridor beyond. The footsteps drew closer, stopping directly outside the gray side door. A metallic scrape echoed as someone jiggled the deadbolt Elena had locked tight before leaving. Locks secured, a rough male voice carried through the thin wall. She must have locked it from the outside. Want to break the frame open? Hold on a second, colder voice replied. Vera said we avoid drawing attention with forced entry unless we confirm Hale's inside. Check the perimeter windows first, scan for light seepage through the tarp on the roof. Ethan held his breath, his knuckles white where he gripped the edge of a plastic storage bin inside the cramped closet. If they climbed onto the warehouse roof to inspect the skylight tarp, they might spot a faint gap where daylight leaked through the fabric. One glimpse of movement inside, and they'd break in without hesitation. Heavy footsteps trundled away from the side door, circling around the far end of the warehouse's brick exterior. He heard the creak of a metal ladder scraping against the outer wall, followed by boots thudding against the rooftop shingles overhead. Muffled voices traveled down through the tarpaulin covering the skylight above his hiding spot. Tarps sealed tight, no gaps. No light coming through from inside. Maybe the lead was bad. The informant said Hale's hiding in this industrial block, but there are a dozen empty warehouses just like this one. Vera's paying us double to find him before the feds get the ledger files. We sweep every unit one by one until we hit the right one. The ladder scraped again as the two men climbed back down to the gravel lot. Their footsteps retreated toward the access road, the heavy vehicle's engine firing up minutes later, rumbling away into the distance. Ethan waited a full 10 minutes after the sound faded before he dared to shift his weight inside the closet, his legs stiff from being pressed against the hard plastic bins. He pushed the closet door open a crack wider, listening intently for any lingering noise. The industrial district fell quiet once more. The contractors had moved on to search the next vacant warehouse on their list. He stepped out of the bathroom closet, fumbling to flip the overhead LED bulb back on. The sudden light stung his eyes after the stretch of pitch darkness. He leaned against the metal table, hard hammering against his ribs, processing how close he'd come to being captured. Vera's network of investigators and mercenaries was combing every inch of the northern industrial zone, methodically clearing every possible hiding spot. It was only a matter of time before they circled back and forced entry into this warehouse. The safe house was no longer secure. He pulled out the crumpled paper note Elena had left him, unfolding it on the tabletop. The first emergency rendezvous address was an abandoned boat dock on the far northern stretch of the West River, a 40-minute drive from the industrial district, hidden deep within overgrown marshlands that rarely drew foot or vehicle traffic. The instructions stated to arrive exactly at midnight, no earlier, no later, and to look for a rusted white fishing boat moored at the far end of the pier. Elena would leave a new burner phone and updated safe house coordinates stashed beneath its rotting hull. Ethan glanced at the burner phone's digital clock, barely past noon. He had nearly 12 hours to wait before he could risk traveling to the river dock without missing the meeting window. Staying inside the warehouse until midnight was his only option, but the knowledge that Vera's men were sweeping every nearby storage unit gnawed at his resolve. Every passing hour raised the risk of a second, more thorough search of this building. He paced to the Mini, fridge and grabbed another bottle of cold water, draining it slowly to calm his racing nerves. His thoughts drifted back to Clara once more. If Vera's contractors were this relentless hunting him, how aggressive would their surveillance of her apartment grow as the day wore on? He ached to send her a quick anonymous text to warn her to lay low, but Elena's warning echoed sharply in his mind. Any contact would leave a digital trail leading straight to this warehouse, endangering both of them irreparably. He set the empty water bottle down on the table and sank onto the fold-out couch, staring at the blank brick wall. Hours stretched out ahead of him, empty and fraught with quiet terror. To pass the time, he began mentally reconstructing every line of the fraudulent ledger files he'd seen on Elena's laptop that morning, memorizing key transfer dates, shell company names, and the dollar amounts tied to each money laundering operation. If the hard drives Elena carried to the federal task force were somehow seized or destroyed, he would need to recount every critical detail of the evidence to build a new case against Vera from memory alone. The afternoon dragged by in slow, agonizing increments. No new texts from Elena arrived on the burner phone. No more sounds of contractors searching the surrounding warehouses. The only constant was the soft drumming of leftover rain on the warehouse roof and the endless loop of anxious thoughts cycling through Ethan's mind. By late afternoon, the gray daylight outside dimmed into muted dusk. He heated a cup of instant coffee on the portable hot plate, the bitter, watery liquid doing little to cut through his exhaustion. He kept the burner phone within arm's reach at all times, glancing at its screen every few minutes, hoping for a message confirming the federal task force had received the evidence and begun drafting arrest warrants. The longer Elena stayed out of contact, the heavier his dread grew. What if Vera's men intercepted her sedan on the drive to federal headquarters? What if the bribed city regulators tipped off Vera before she could hand over the encrypted hard drives? What if the task force, too, had been compromised by the billionaire's political connections? Every worst-case scenario looped endlessly in his head, feeding his paranoia. As full night fell over the industrial district, Ethan packed a small makeshift bag with the spare hoodie, a couple water bottles, the emergency rendezvous note, and the burner phone. He planned to leave the warehouse an hour before midnight to avoid arriving too early at the river dock, weaving through back roads to dodge any surveillance vehicles patrolling the main highways. He switched off the overhead light once more, leaving the warehouse shrouded in shadow, and settled on the couch to wait out the final hour before his departure. Outside, the sky turned black, dotted with faint distant neon glows from downtown Metro City, miles away. That glittering skyline had once represented success, ambition, the life he'd spent years chasing. Now it stood as a monument to corruption, greed, and the men who intended to ruin him to cover his decades of criminal wrongdoing. A faint buzz vibrated the burner phone resting on his thigh. Ethan snatched it up instantly, unlocking the screen to read Elena's first message in over 8 hours. Task Force received hard drive 1 at
下午3点。
all ledger evidence verified. Warrants for Vera and 6 senior managers signed an hour ago. Local police and federal agents are mobilizing to raid Horizon building at dawn tomorrow. Vera's private security detail has been flagged for federal questioning. Clara's apartment stakeout has been pulled, federal protective order filed on her behalf. I cannot meet you tonight at the warehouse. Vera's informants are tracking my vehicle's GPS. Proceed to the Midnight River Dock rendezvous as planned. I will bring official witness protection paperwork and transport to the out-of-city safe house after the meeting. Do not deviate from the route written on your note. A massive wave of relief crashed over Ethan as he read the text line by line. The evidence had landed safely in federal hands. Arrest warrants were official. Clara was no longer under surveillance, protected by a federal court order. Vera's empire was scheduled to crumble at dawn, when federal agents stormed the 20 floors of Horizon building to seize records and take the CEO and his complicit managers into custody. The fight was nearly over. But the final stretch of danger still waited for him on the marshy river dock at midnight. Chapter 9. Ethan tucked the burner phone back into his hoodie pocket, a quiet, heavy weight of relief settling in his chest after hours of unrelenting anxiety. Clara was safe, the evidence was secured, and the long-awaited federal raid on Vera Capital was locked in for sunrise. All that remained was to reach the Midnight River Dock rendezvous, collect the updated witness protection paperwork from Elena, and leave Metro City's corrupted downtown behind for good. He slung his small packed bag over one shoulder, double-checking that the warehouse's side door locked securely behind him once he stepped out into the cold night air. The rain had fully cleared hours ago, leaving a crisp, damp chill hanging over the industrial lot, starlight faintly visible through thin gray clouds overhead. Distant neon from downtown stained the southern sky a sickly pink, blue, a faint reminder of the world he was about to leave behind. He stuck to the narrow gravel back roads, avoiding any paved main thoroughfares lined with street lights or security cameras. His stolen route wound past shuttered steel factories, rusted shipping container yards, and overgrown lots choked with dead winter brush, offering constant shadowed cover if any vehicle approached from behind. Every time a distant headlight glinted on the horizon, Ethan ducked behind piles of discarded metal or concrete slabs, waiting until the car passed before resuming his quiet trek toward the West River marshlands. The walk to the boat dock took nearly 50 minutes, longer than Elena's estimated 40, slowed by his constant stops to evade potential surveillance. When he finally crested a low grassy hill overlooking the river, he spotted the dilapidated wooden piers stretching out into black, still water exactly as the note had described. A single rusted white fishing boat bobbed at the far end, its hull half flooded with rainwater from the previous night's storm. No other vehicles lined the dirt access road leading to the dock, no figures lingered on the wooden planks. The area was silent, empty, just as Elena promised it would be. Ethan descended the grassy hill carefully, stepping onto the splintered pier boards that creaked under his sneakers with every movement. He kept his pace slow, scanning the marsh reeds flanking both sides of the dock for hidden observers or various contractors lying in wait. The marsh grass stood waist-high, dense enough to conceal a dozen armed men, and his nerves prickled with residual paranoia from the warehouse search earlier that day. He reached the rusted white fishing boat and knelt down beside its hull, sliding his hand beneath the rotting wooden frame as instructed. His fingers brushed against a sealed waterproof plastic pouch tucked into a metal cleat bolted to the boat's base. He pulled the pouch free and unzipped it to find a brand new burner phone, a thick stack of official federal witness protection documents, a folded map marking the remote safe house outside city limits, and a typed handout detailing the upcoming trial timeline for Vera's fraud case. Before he could fully examine the paperwork, a soft engine hum echoed from the dirt access road behind the pier. Ethan spun around instantly, stepping back from the boat and sliding one hand into his hoodie pocket, ready to grab the burner phone to signal Elena if the approaching vehicle belonged to Vera's men. A dark gray sedan rolled slowly into view, headlights dimmed to low beam. Elena's silhouette was visible behind the windshield, one hand raised in a quiet, reassuring wave as she cut the engine and stepped out of the driver's seat. She wore a bulletproof vest hidden beneath her trench coat, a Federal Service sidearm holstered at her hip, proof that even with signed arrest warrants circulating the city, she remained on high alert for retaliation from Vera's network. "You made good time," she said, walking across the pier to meet him, nodding toward the waterproof pouch clutched in his free hand. "Found everything I stashed under the boat." "All of it," Ethan replied, setting the pouch down on the pier's wooden surface to unfold the witness protection paperwork. The top page bore an official Federal Fraud Task Force seal, outlining temporary housing outside Metro City, financial stipends to replace his lost income from Vera Capital, and legal representation assigned to him for the upcoming criminal trial. Clara's protective order is fully active. Filed and approved by federal court this afternoon, Elena confirmed. Vera's private investigators are legally barred from loitering within 500 feet of her apartment building, and any attempt to contact or intimidate her will result in immediate federal felony charges against them. I sent a plainclothes federal agent to notify her of the order an hour ago. She knows she's no longer being watched, though I didn't share your location or the full details of the fraud case to keep her from worrying unnecessarily. Ethan's shoulders relaxed, a genuine, unburdened breath escaping his chest. Knowing Clara was free from the constant threat of surveillance lifted the heaviest weight he'd carried since the midnight pier meeting 2 nights prior. Even if he could not see her or speak to her for months while the trial unfolded, she was safe, protected by federal law enforcement beyond the reach of Vera's bribed local officials. Elena gestured toward the sedan parked at the pier's entrance. We leave for the out-of-city safe house immediately. Federal agents will execute the raid on Horizon Building at 2 a.m. tomorrow, seizing all remaining server hardware, financial records, and interviewing every mid-level manager named on the offshore bonus ledgers. Vera will be taken into custody at his penthouse residence before sunrise. Arrest warrants carry charges of conspiracy to commit money laundering, bribery of public officials, wire fraud, and tax evasion felonies carrying a combined maximum sentence of over 40 years in federal prison. Ethan glanced out over the Black River water, the faint glow of downtown's neon skyline glinting far to the south. 6 years of his life had been spent climbing the ranks inside that glass tower, blind to the rot and corruption woven into every corporate policy and client deal. Tomorrow morning, the entire empire Richard Vera had built through greed and criminality would collapse in a single coordinated federal raid. What about the other managers, he asked, referencing the list of names he'd seen on the encrypted ledger files. Torres, Carter, Moss, all of them accepted the secret offshore bonuses. All 6 named on the warrants will be detained for questioning tomorrow, Elena explained. Most will accept plea bargains in exchange for testifying against Vera directly, trading reduced sentences for full cooperation with the prosecution. Their complicity is well documented in the server files you recovered. None of them will escape legal consequences, though their penalties will vary based on how much evidence they provide against the CEO. She paused, her hazel eyes softening as she regarded Ethan, noting the exhaustion etched into his face after 2 full days of hiding, running, and evading capture. You've done what no other insider at Vera Capital dared to do. You sacrificed your career, your home, your normal life to expose a massive white-collar criminal operation that city officials had been covering up for years. Without your access to the restricted auxiliary server, we would never have gathered enough unassailable evidence to secure federal arrest warrants. Ethan shook his head faintly, staring down at the witness protection paperwork spread across the pier planks. I didn't do it out of heroism. I acted because I couldn't stand by and watch Vera gamble hundreds of millions in dirty capital on the West Side deal, knowing it would tank the firm and drag countless innocent investors down with him. I didn't expect to uncover a years-long laundering ring or put Clara's life in danger. Intent doesn't erase the impact, Elena said firmly. Metro City's financial district will be restructured after this trial, new regulatory oversight put in place to prevent billionaires from bribing city council and audit officials to hide illegal transactions. Your choice to stand against Vera changes the entire system for future investors and finance workers. A light breeze swept across the river, rippling the dark water and carrying the faint scent of marsh reeds through the night air. Ethan folded the federal paperwork back into the waterproof pouch and slung his small bag over his shoulder, ready to leave the pier and board Elena's sedan for the drive out of the city limits. Before he turned toward the car, he glanced one last time at the distant neon glow of downtown Metro City, the glittering skyline that had once represented every goal he'd worked to achieve. The tower lights that had looked like a symbol of success 2 nights prior now appeared hollow, a deceptive mask hiding greed, corruption, and ruined lives buried beneath polished glass and wealth. The old Ethan hailed the ambitious, work-obsessed asset manager who valued quarterly bonuses and corner office views above all else died the moment he slipped the bypass USB drive into the data wing server terminal. The man stepping into Elena's sedan now carried only the truth, a witness's duty, and a quiet hope that once the trial concluded, he might one day reconcile with Clara and build a life untangled from the cutthroat, criminal world of downtown high finance. Elena slid into the driver's seat, firing the sedan's engine to life as Ethan settled into the passenger side, tucking the waterproof pouch full of witness documents safely between his feet on the floor. The vehicle pulled away from the dilapidated pier, turning onto the dirt access road and heading north, away from the neon-lit downtown core, away from Vera's reach, away from the endless cycle of greed and corruption that had nearly destroyed him and everyone he loved. The West River stretched dark and endless to their left, its waters carrying away the last remnants of Ethan's old life as the sedan vanished into the quiet northern night. Neon City Dusk. Chapter 14. Dawn broke cold and gray on the Monday of the preliminary arraignment. Ethan's eyes snapped open before the cabin's surrounding woods had fully emerged from shadow, his heart thrumming with a sharp, unshakable nervousness he hadn't felt since the night he'd broken into Vera Capital's data wing. Today would mark the first time he stood in the same room as Richard Vera since that bitter confrontation on the 20th floor balcony, the first time the billionaire would see him not as a trusted protege, but as the witness who had unraveled his decades-long criminal empire. A low, steady hum of a vehicle engine rolled down the gravel access road at 6 sharp, right on the schedule Elena had laid out 3 days prior. Ethan pulled on the plain dark jacket and slacks she'd left for court appearances, double-checking that he carried no personal items besides the locked satellite phone and a small notebook of pre-approved talking points for the judge's questioning. He drew the black privacy curtains closed tight one last time, secured the cabin's deadbolt, and stepped out into the frosty morning air to meet Elena's waiting sedan. 2 plain-clothes federal marshals sat in the backseat, their tactical vests hidden beneath unremarkable dark overcoats, sidearms holstered out of sight. One nodded a quiet greeting as Ethan slid into the front passenger seat beside Elena. Court security protocols are ironclad today, Elena said, pulling away from the cabin yard and merging onto the county highway leading south toward Metro City. The courthouse downtown has been fully locked down for the arraignment. Every entrance is staffed by federal marshals, metal detectors running at maximum sensitivity, no unauthorized spectators permitted inside the main hearing room. Reporters are confined to a separate overflow viewing chamber with a delayed video feed, no live audio broadcast allowed to avoid pre-trial publicity that could bias the jury pool. Ethan stared out the window at the rolling farmland fading into suburban housing developments as they drew closer to the city limits. The faint pink-blue neon haze of downtown Metro City bloomed on the southern horizon, a sickly glow that once had signified his greatest ambitions, now a marker of the corruption he'd sworn to expose under oath. "Will Vera attempt to speak to me in the courtroom?" Ethan asked, his voice tight with quiet wariness. Elena's jaw set firmly, one hand steady on the steering wheel as she navigated heavy morning rush hour traffic filtering into the city core. Marshals will maintain a hard separation barrier between the witness waiting area and the defendant's holding cell before the hearing begins. If he tries to make eye contact or mouth threats once we're inside the courtroom, marshals will immediately move to isolate him, and the judge will issue a formal contempt citation on the spot. The court has already issued a protective order barring all defendants from any verbal or non-verbal intimidation directed at you. She paused, glancing over at him briefly to gauge his tension. His defense team filed a last-minute motion late Sunday night to block your testimony entirely, arguing your unauthorized server access rendered all recovered ledger evidence inadmissible. The judge denied the motion within an hour of filing, ruling your retrieval of the records constituted protected whistleblower activity under federal financial fraud statutes. That ruling eliminates their strongest pre-trial tactic to dismiss the case outright. Ethan nodded, the weight of that small legal victory easing a fraction of his anxiety. Without the server files suppressed, the defense's claims of vengeful fabrication would carry almost no weight with the judge or any future jury. 30 minutes later, the sedan pulled into a secured underground parking garage beneath the federal courthouse, a space cordoned off exclusively for task force agents and protected witnesses. The two marshals exited first to sweep the stairwell leading up to the witness waiting room, signaling clear before Ethan and Elena followed them upward. The waiting room was sparse, windowless, lined with padded bench seating and a single water cooler. A closed-circuit monitor mounted on the far wall displayed a live feed of the main courtroom, where court clerks rushed to stack thousands of pages of seized financial evidence across the prosecution's table. Multiple uniformed marshals lined the back and side walls of the chamber, standing rigid at attention to maintain order. Elena handed Ethan a thin manila folder containing a condensed copy of the arraignment talking points, walking him through the exact sequence of questions the judge would pose when he took the stand mid-hearing. "Stick strictly to factual recitation," she repeated for the 10th time that morning. "Do not respond to any outbursts from Vera or his defense counsel. If they interrupt your testimony, pause and wait for the judge to issue a silencing order before continuing your statement. Emotional reactions will only play into their narrative that resentment drove your actions." For the next 2 hours, Ethan sat on the padded bench, cycling through the memorized evidence timelines and witness statements on repeat, his gaze drifting repeatedly to the closed-circuit monitor as the courtroom filled with legal teams for each co-defendant. One by one, the 6 senior managers he'd seen listed on the offshore bonus ledgers were escorted into the defendants section, each man slouched in his seat, eyes downcast, avoiding eye contact with the prosecution's table. None of them carried the unshakable confidence Richard Vera projected when the marshals finally let him through the courtroom doors. Vera wore a plain gray prison jumpsuit, stripped of his tailored designer suits and silver luxury watch, yet his posture remained rigid, unbowed. He scanned the room slowly, his cold gray eyes sweeping the prosecution table, the judge's bench, and finally locking onto the closed-circuit camera feed transmitting to Ethan's waiting room. A thin, mocking smile tugged at his lips the second he realized Ethan was watching from the remote holding space, a silent, unspoken threat carried across the video screen. Ethan looked away quickly, his knuckles tightening around the edge of the talking point folder. Even confined in federal custody, stripped of his corporate power and wealth, Vera retained the ability to unsettle him with nothing more than a single glance. A court clerk tapped on the waiting room door 10 minutes later, calling Ethan's name to signal he would be summoned to the witness stand within 5 minutes. Elena squeezed his arm once in quiet reassurance before he followed the clerk out of the room, flanked by the 2 federal marshals to form a protective buffer as they crossed the hallway to the main courtroom entrance. The moment the double oak courtroom doors swung open, every head in the chamber turned toward him. Reporters in the overflow viewing room pressed against the glass partition separating them from the main hearing space. Defense attorneys leaned forward in their seats, pens hovering over legal notepads. The 6 co-defendants stared down at their laps, unwilling to meet his gaze. Only Vera held his stare, his expression sharp and unrepentant as Ethan stepped into the witness box and placed one hand on the leather-bound Bible to swear the oath of truth. "State your full name for the record," the judge ordered, her tone calm and authoritative, cutting through the low hum of murmurs rippling across the courtroom. "Ethan James Hale," he replied, his voice steady despite the knot of tension coiled tight in his throat. The prosecution's lead attorney rose from her table, stepping forward to the witness stand and launching into a linear recitation of events starting with the night of the West Side development deal dispute on the 20th floor balcony. She walked Ethan step by step through the anonymous phone call from Elena, the midnight peer meeting, the risky server break-in, the foot chase through the Horizon building stairwell and underground garage, and the retrieval of the encrypted offshore ledger files from the restricted auxiliary server. Ethan answered every question concisely, grounding each statement in tangible physical evidence, naming exact dates, times, and document identifiers to corroborate his account. He avoided all personal commentary about Vera's character, focusing solely on the financial discrepancies he'd uncovered and the written proof of illegal money laundering hidden within the server archives. Halfway through the prosecution's direct examination, Vera's lead defense attorney stood abruptly, raising a hand to interrupt the questioning. "Objection, Your Honor," the attorney boomed, his voice echoing off the courtroom's high stone walls. "The witness's entire narrative hinges on illegally obtained data copied without formal corporate authorization. This so-called whistleblower acted out of professional retaliation after a public power struggle with my client, and his testimony is inherently biased and unreliable." The judge lifted a hand to silence him, her gaze sharp and unyielding. "Objection overruled. Federal whistleblower statutes explicitly protect employees who retrieve evidence of felony financial fraud from internal corporate servers, provided the evidence supports allegations of criminal activity. Counsel may cross-examine the witness once direct questioning concludes, but the testimony will remain on the official record." The defense attorney sank back into his seat, jaw tight with frustration, scribbling furious notes across his legal pad as the prosecution resumed its line of questioning. 20 minutes later, the prosecution finished their direct examination, and the judge gestured for Vera's defense lawyer to step forward for cross-examination. The man approached the witness stand slowly, circling Ethan's chair like a predator sizing up its prey, his tone sharp and deliberately confrontational. "Mr. Hell, isn't it true you threatened to sabotage my client's multi-million-dollar West Side acquisition deal hours before you broke into the restricted data wing he demanded? You argued violently with Mr. Vera on the executive balcony, refused to sign the project report, and openly declared you would kill the deal regardless of board approval. Correct? Ethan kept his tone even, refusing to rise to the attorney's bait. I raised documented financial risk concerns tied to hidden asset liabilities within the West Side development portfolio. My opposition to the deal was rooted in audit discrepancies I'd identified in the preliminary property evaluations, not personal animosity toward Mr. Vera. Discrepancies you only chose to act on after your argument went poorly, the attorney pressed, stepping closer to the witness stand. For 6 years, you overlooked dozens of minor financial irregularities in client portfolios without incident. Why suddenly develop a strict adherence to corporate compliance rules the night you clashed with your CEO? Those prior minor discrepancies were fully disclosed in quarterly audit filings, Ethan clarified. The offshore shell company transfers locked on the auxiliary server were never documented in any public audit, hidden entirely from external regulatory review. There is no comparison between routine reporting gaps and hundreds of millions in unreported laundered capital. The defense attorney pivoted hard, shifting his line of questioning to the secret discretionary bonuses Vera had offered every senior manager except Ethan. You rejected every confidential bonus payout my client extended to you over 2 years. Is it not reasonable for this court to infer you harbored long-standing resentment toward Mr. Vera for excluding you from the firm's private profit-sharing program? I rejected the bonuses because their source was never disclosed in formal compensation paperwork, Ethan replied flatly. I had no knowledge the funds originated from laundered West Side development revenue at the time, only that the payments lacked transparent accounting documentation required by state finance regulations. My refusal stemmed from compliance concerns, not personal resentment. For 40 minutes, the defense attorney circled back to the same core accusation. Ethan's testimony was a vengeful fabrication born from a professional falling out with Vera. Every time he attempted to plant a seed of reasonable doubt in the judge's mind, Ethan anchored his responses to the encrypted ledger files, the time-stamped server transfer logs, and the physical bypass USB drive Elena had secured as evidence for the court. When the cross-examination drew to a close, the judge dismissed Ethan from the witness stand, ordering him to return to the secured waiting room while the court moved to formal arraignment charges against all 7 defendants. As Ethan stepped down from the wooden platform, he glanced briefly toward the defendant's section. Richard Vera's eyes bore into his, cold and unforgiving, his mouth shaping a silent threat only Ethan could read across the courtroom divide. The billionaire's power over downtown Metro City had been stripped away, his empire crumbling around him, but his hatred lingered, sharp and unextinguished. Ethan turned away without hesitation, walking back toward the marshals flanking the exit door, leaving Vera's glare behind him. The hard part of testifying was finished for the day. The judge had accepted his witness statement into the official court record, and the arraignment proceedings would move forward to formal plea entries from each defendant without further delay. Back in the windowless waiting room, Elena met him with a quiet, relieved expression, handing him a cold bottle of water to steady his shaking hands. "You held your ground perfectly," she said, lowering her voice to avoid the closed-circuit monitor's audio feed. The defense's entire cross-examination strategy fell flat without tangible evidence to back their vendetta narrative. The judge's body language made it clear she found your factual, unemotional testimony far more credible than their speculative accusations. Ethan drank half the bottle in one long gulp, the cool liquid soothing his parched throat after hours of rigorous courtroom questioning. "What happens next with the co-defendants?" he asked. "Most of the 6 senior managers will enter guilty pleas by the end of today's hearing," Elena explained. "Their legal teams have already submitted informal plea bargain offers to the prosecution, offering full testimony against Vera in exchange for drastically reduced federal prison sentences. Only Vera himself will enter a formal not guilty plea, electing to fight every felony charge through a full jury trial scheduled to begin 3 months from now." A quiet, heavy pause settled between them as the distant echo of the judge's voice carried down the hallway from the main courtroom, reading the full list of felony charges against Richard Vera into the official record. Hundreds of millions in laundered capital, bribed officials, fabricated audits, witness intimidation, countless crimes all traced back to the man who'd once ruled downtown Metro City's financial skyline. Elena gathered her case folder and gestured toward the waiting room door, the 2 federal marshals stepping back into formation to escort them to the underground parking garage. "We'll head back to the cabin immediately after the hearing concludes to avoid evening rush hour traffic out of the city. You've cleared the biggest pre-trial hurdle today. The remaining months will only involve incremental trial prep and supervised contact with Clara. No more public court appearances until the jury trial kicks off." As they walked down the courthouse hallway, Ethan glanced through a tall glass window overlooking downtown's Central Plaza, where the Horizon Building's glass tower loomed large on the skyline, its upper floors now sealed off by federal marshals pending full asset seizure. The neon glow that had once symbolized his greatest aspirations now marked the ruins of a criminal empire he had single-handedly brought crashing down. The fight was far from over, but the arraignment had proven the truth held more weight than Vera's wealth, influence, and carefully constructed lies. Neon City Dusk. Chapter
15.
The drive back to the northern safe house unfolded in near silence. The federal marshals rode in a separate armored sedan trailing Elena's vehicle, their headlights faint in the thinning evening rush hour as Metro City's neon signs flickered to life once more, painting the sky in artificial pink and electric blue streaks. Ethan stared out the passenger window, replaying every second of the arraignment cross-examination in his head, dissecting each line of questioning the defense attorney had hurled at him, searching for any misstep he might have overlooked in the moment. "You didn't crack once," Elena said, breaking the long quiet after they cleared the city's outer suburban ring. Every answer was rooted in hard evidence, no emotional outbursts, no careless asides that the defense could twist against you. The court reporter's transcript already makes it clear their vendetta theory lacks any credible supporting documentation. Ethan nodded faintly, his shoulders heavy with a bone-deep exhaustion that hadn't fully settled in until they left the courthouse behind. The adrenaline that had sustained him through hours of testimony was draining fast, leaving only a dull, hollow weariness in its wake. Did any of the co-managers follow through on the plea bargains during the closing arraignment segments, he asked. "All 6, Elena confirmed, tapping the steering wheel with one finger as she merged onto the empty county highway leading toward the Pine Woods. "Mark Torres, Lisa Carter, Derek Moss, every name we saw on the offshore bonus ledgers submitted guilty pleas before the judge adjourned the hearing. Each agreed to provide full, detailed witness statements implicating Vera as the sole architect of the money laundering network in exchange for sentence reductions ranging from 18 months to 5 years minimum security confinement. None of them will risk decades in federal prison to stand loyal to a CEO who built his fortune on burying his subordinates under felony liability." That revelation sat heavy with Ethan. For 6 years, he'd worked alongside those people, shared conference tables, traded late-night work emails, broken bread at corporate galas, all while they quietly accepted untaxed illegal payouts and covered up Vera's fraud. Their swift abandonment of their former boss was a stark reminder of how shallow every bond inside the Horizon building glass tower had been, built entirely on self-interest and fear of retaliation. "Will their testimonies be used during the jury trial?" "Front and center," Elena said. "The prosecution will call each of them to the stand to corroborate your account of the hidden server ledgers, the fake West Side development asset valuations, and the secret discretionary bonus scheme. Multiple cooperating witnesses will make it exponentially harder for Vera's defense team to convince the jury your story is fabricated out of resentment." By the time they turned onto the cabin's gravel access road, twilight had swallowed the rural landscape whole, only faint starlight piercing gaps in the overcast sky. The marshal's armored car parked at the mouth of the drive to stand perimeter watch overnight, leaving Elena to walk Ethan to the front door alone with her stack of updated court filings. Once inside the locked cabin, Ethan stripped off the formal court slacks and jacket, trading them for the loose hoodie and jeans he'd grown accustomed to wearing during his weeks in isolation. He heated a simple frozen pasta meal on the portable hot plate while Elena spread the day's arraignment transcripts across the dining table, marking highlighted sections where the defense's questioning had failed to plant reasonable doubt in the judge's mind. Over dinner, they mapped out the next 3 months of pre-trial preparation. Weekly Wednesday sessions would grow longer, expanding beyond mock cross-examination to include full witness coordination with the 6 cooperating former managers, alignment of all witness statements to eliminate contradictory details the defense could exploit in court. The Friday 30-minute monitored video calls with Clara would remain unchanged, though Elena promised to file a motion to extend the session length to an hour once all pre-trial motion hearings wrapped up the following month. After Elena packed up her case files and departed for the evening, Ethan locked the cabin's deadbolt and slid the black privacy curtains fully shut, shutting out any trace of the outside world. He retrieved the satellite phone from the kitchen counter and skimmed the automated task force dispatch alert that had arrived mid-afternoon while he was inside the courthouse. A formal notice that Vera's defense team had filed a sweeping discovery request demanding full access to every personal record tied to Ethan's past old work, performance reviews, apartment lease documents, his broken engagement records with Clara, medical visit logs, even bank statements dating back 5 years prior to the fraud investigation. Ethan's jaw tightened as he read the text. The defense intended to dig through every private detail of his life to craft a narrative of a bitter, unstable ex-employee driven to sabotage his former employer. They would comb through every argument he'd ever had with Clara, every late night spent buried in corporate work, every minor professional conflict logged in Horizon Building's internal HR files to paint him as an unreliable, vengeful witness unworthy of the jury's trust. He spent the rest of the night sorting through the printed trial prep paperwork Elena had left behind, drafting counterpoints to address any personal history the defense planned to drag into the courtroom. He refused to let them twist his years of overwork, his regret over his failed engagement, and his burnout at Vera Capital into proof of malicious intent. Every sacrifice he'd made for the firm, every hour he'd poured into audits and acquisition reports, only reinforced how deeply he'd once believed in the legitimacy of the company, making his discovery of the hidden criminal network all the more jarring and credible to any impartial jury. The next morning fell into the familiar isolated rhythm again: wake at dawn, review court transcripts, memorize financial evidence timelines, restock groceries delivered by the weekly logistics truck, and wait for the slow drag of days until his next monitored video call with Clara on Friday evening. When Friday arrived, Ethan's anticipation hummed beneath the surface of his routine all day long. Elena brought the encrypted tablet early that afternoon, alongside a scanned copy of the handwritten letter he'd sent Clara the previous week, complete with a typed reply from her the task force had cleared for delivery. Her words were soft, forgiving, filled with quiet longing for the quiet, uncomplicated life they'd nearly built before Vera's corruption unraveled everything. She wrote of missing their lazy weekend mornings, of the empty chair at her dining table that had once belonged to him, of hope that once the trial concluded, they could finally sit face to face without federal monitoring separating them. Promptly at 7 p.m. the video portal activated, and Clara's face appeared on the tablet screen. The tension lingering between them from the arraignment week melted away within the first minute of conversation, as they stuck to safe, personal topics: her progress on a new interior design project for a downtown boutique hotel, the stray cat she'd begun feeding outside her apartment building, childhood memories they'd never had space to revisit during the chaos of his corporate overtime schedule. She avoided any mention of Vera, the federal investigation, or the surveillance that had trapped her inside her apartment for days, adhering strictly to the court's communication rules just as carefully as Ethan did. The 30-minute window slipped by far too quickly. The screen cut to black mid-sentence before they could make concrete plans for the future, leaving Ethan staring at the blank display with a quiet ache in his chest. After Elena collected the tablet and drove away, Ethan pulled out the typed copy of Clara's reply letter and read it 3 times in a row, tracing the typed words with his fingertips. For the first time since hiding in the abandoned industrial warehouse, he allowed himself to visualize a life beyond the trial, a small apartment far from Metro City's neon financial district, no 80-hour work weeks, no billionaires built on corruption, just quiet days with Clara, free from constant threat and surveillance. Weeks blurred together in a steady cycle of trial prep, supervised correspondence, and lonely rural evenings. Every Wednesday, Elena arrived with new filings, updated witness statements from the 6 cooperating former managers, and expanded mock cross-examination scripts tailored to the defense's growing discovery requests into Ethan's personal background. Every Friday brought the brief, cherished video call with Clara, a fragile lifeline connecting him to the normalcy he ached to reclaim. As the 3-month pre-trial window drew to a close, Elena delivered critical news one Wednesday afternoon, setting a thick stack of jury trial scheduling documents on the dining table. Jury selection begins 2 weeks from today. The trial itself is projected to run for 4 weeks, with testimony from all 6 cooperating ex-managers, forensic financial auditors, federal fraud investigators, and yourself as the lead whistleblower witness. The judge granted our motion to extend your weekly video calls with Clara to 1 hour, effective immediately, as a goodwill adjustment for your consistent compliance with all witness protection rules. Ethan exhaled a quiet breath of relief at the news of longer monitored contact, even as his nerves spiked at the looming jury trial date. The preliminary arraignment had only been a small preview. The full jury trial would place every detail of the fraud scheme, every piece of seized financial evidence, and every private chapter of his personal life under intense public scrutiny for weeks on end. Elena slid a sealed legal document across the table toward him, marked with the Federal Task Force's official seal. Vera's defense filed one last desperate motion yesterday. They've requested permission to subpoena Clara to testify as a character witness against you, claiming your unresolved romantic resentment toward her amplified your professional bitterness toward Vera. The judge will rule on the motion early next week. If approved, Clara will be forced to appear in court and answer invasive questions about your broken engagement, your old fights over work priorities, and every personal conflict you shared during your years together. A cold wave of dread washed over Ethan. The last thing he wanted was to drag Clara into the courtroom, to subject her to aggressive questioning from Vera's ruthless defense attorneys, to force her to relive the painful breakdown of their relationship in front of a jury and a room full of reporters. All his efforts to shield her from the fallout of Vera's crimes threatened to unravel with a single judge's ruling. I can't let her get pulled into this, Ethan said, his voice tight with quiet urgency. She's an innocent civilian. She had zero knowledge of the laundering scheme, no connection to Vera Capital at all. Subjecting her to cross-examination serves no legitimate purpose for their case. It's just a tactic to break my focus on the witness stand by parading her personal grief in front of the jury. Our prosecution team shares that argument, Elena assured him. We've filed a counter-motion to block the subpoena entirely, citing the active federal protective order shielding Clara from intimidation and irrelevant personal character questioning that bears no material connection to the financial fraud charges against Vera. We're confident the judge will reject the defense's request, but we have to prepare a contingency plan just in case the ruling goes against us. The weight of the upcoming trial settled heavier over Ethan's shoulders as dusk fell over the pine-shrouded cabin. The months of quiet isolation, repetitive trial prep, and brief supervised contact with Clara had lulled him into a fragile sense of calm. Now the defense's last-minute subpoena motion threatened to shatter that peace, weaponizing the woman he loved to undermine his testimony in open court. Outside the cabin windows, the rural woods sank into shadow, distant downtown Metro City's neon glow invisible behind miles of farmland and forest. Richard Vera sat locked in federal holding, stripped of his corporate empire but still wielding his wealth to wage a bitter legal war, determined to destroy Ethan's reputation and anyone close to him to escape decades of prison time. The final stretch before jury selection had arrived, and the battle for justice was far from finished. Current total word count,
27600.
English words. Reply. Continue to read Chapter
16.
covering the judge's subpoena ruling, jury selection process, the first week of trial testimony, and Vera's unshakable defiance on the defendant's stand. Continue. Neon City Dusk. Chapter
16.
The wait for the judge's subpoena ruling stretched across 3 sleepless nights. Ethan's routine frayed at the edges. He would sit over stacks of financial evidence until midnight, only to lie awake staring at the cabin's wooden ceiling, replaying every old argument he'd shared with Clara, dreading the possibility of her being dragged into a courtroom to be dissected by Vera's ruthless defense team. Elena arrived at the cabin early Wednesday, her leather binder tucked tight against her chest, her expression unreadable as she crossed the pine-lined yard. Ethan met her at the door before she could even unlock it, the question burning unspoken on his tongue. The judge struck down the defense's subpoena motion, Elena said immediately, setting the binder down on the dining table and pulling out the stamped court order for him to read. Her ruling states Clara's personal history with you bears no material relevance to the money laundering, bribery and fraud charges against Vera. The defense cannot call her as a witness, cannot force her to submit to depositions, and cannot reference your broken engagement in front of the jury at any point during trial. Violations will result in immediate contempt sanctions and monetary fines against their legal firm. A sharp wave of relief crashed over Ethan, the tight knot of dread coiled in his chest loosening all at once. Clara would remain shielded from the ugliness of the courtroom, spared from being weaponized to discredit his testimony. Thank God, he breathed, sinking into one of the plastic dining chairs, his hands trembling faintly with residual tension. That was their last major tool to dig into my personal life and distract the jury from the actual fraud evidence. Not quite their last, Elena warned, flipping open the binder to reveal jury selection documents. They've spent weeks vetting every potential juror pool, searching for candidates with resentment toward whistleblowers, anyone who's ever worked in corporate finance, or people with negative biases against federal regulatory agents. They intend to stack the jury with citizens predisposed to distrust your account, even with the mountains of physical ledger proof we've entered into record. She spread out printed juror profiles across the table, walking Ethan through the prosecution's selection strategy, identifying impartial jurors with no ties to downtown Metro City's financial elite, prioritizing candidates who had experience with white-collar crime media coverage, and flagging anyone with past donations to political campaigns backed by Vera's network of lobbyists for immediate dismissal during peremptory challenges. Jury selection kicked off 2 days later, conducted remotely via encrypted video feed from the cabin to avoid transporting Ethan back into the city's public courthouse crowds. For 8 straight hours, Ethan sat beside Elena at the dining table, watching potential jurors appear on the tablet screen, listening to their answers to the judge's qualifying questions, and consulting with the prosecution team to flag biased candidates for removal. The process dragged on far longer than expected. The defense struck dozens of fair, neutral jurors on trivial technicalities, burning through their peremptory challenge allotment slowly to shape a panel sympathetic to Vera's narrative of a vengeful ex-employee fabricating evidence. By sunset, a full jury of 12 citizens plus 2 alternate jurors was finally seated, a mixed group of teachers, construction workers, small business owners, and retired civil servants, none with personal financial or political ties to the defendant. "Our odds are solid now," Elena said after the final juror was sworn in, closing the video portal and pouring 2 glasses of bottled water from the refrigerator. "This panel has no obvious predispositions toward billionaires or corporate executives. The hard physical evidence will carry far more weight than the defense's speculative character attacks." The following Monday marked the official opening statements of the jury trial. Ethan watched the live encrypted courtroom feed from the cabin, seated beside Elena as the prosecution's lead attorney laid out the full scope of Vera's criminal conspiracy for the jury, displaying enlarged scanned copies of the offshore ledger files, the falsified West Side Development asset evaluations, and time-stamped records of secret bonus payments to the 6 cooperating senior managers. When the defense attorney rose to deliver his opening remarks, his tone was polished and persuasive, carefully crafted to plant seeds of doubt in every juror's mind. He painted Richard Vera as a self-made business visionary targeted by a disgruntled subordinate who'd sabotaged the firm out of professional jealousy, arguing the server files Ethan copied were altered and taken out of context to manufacture false criminal allegations. Mr. Hale's anger over a single business disagreement drove him to manufacture a conspiracy that destroyed a decades-old investment firm and ruined hundreds of innocent employees' livelihoods, the defense attorney declared to the jury, his voice echoing through the courtroom speakers transmitted to the cabin's tablet. This trial is not about justice. It is about one man's petty revenge against a CEO who refused to cater to his reckless, uncooperative demands. Elena leaned over to Ethan's side as the speech wrapped up, murmuring a quiet reassurance. Empty rhetoric. Every claim he makes can be dismantled with the original unaltered server hardware the federal marshals seized during the Horizon building raid. Forensic IT specialists have verified zero tampering with the ledger archives. Those records are authentic, unmodified, irrefutable. The first week of trial testimony unfolded in a rigid, predictable sequence. The prosecution called forensic auditors first, who walked the jury through line-by-line breakdowns of the $270 million laundered capital network, explaining how Vera had routed dirty cash through Westside Development's fake failing properties to convert untraceable illegal funds into legitimate real estate and stock assets. Next came federal regulatory agents, who testified to the 18-month-long investigation Elena had led before Ethan's whistleblower breakthrough, detailing the layers of bribed city officials that had blocked every formal audit attempt prior to the server break-in. By Thursday of the first trial week, the prosecution began calling the 6 cooperating former Vera Capital managers to the witness stand one by one. Each man delivered consistent, damning testimony against Vera, confirming the existence of the secret offshore bonus scheme, the falsified audit reports, and the CEO's direct orders to conceal all high-risk, illegal transfers within the restricted auxiliary server. None of them attempted to minimize their own complicity. Their plea bargains required full, unfiltered disclosure of every criminal act they'd assisted Vera in executing. Mark Torres, the former head of acquisitions who'd pushed hardest for the Westside deal, broke down mid-testimony when describing the pressure Vera had exerted to manipulate property valuations. "I knew the numbers were fabricated, but I accepted the 6-figure offshore bonuses every quarter. I was afraid if I refused, he would blacklist me from every finance firm in Metro City. We all complied to protect our careers, while he sat at the top collecting billions of the laundered revenue." Every word the cooperating managers spoke reinforced Ethan's original account of the hidden fraud network, stacking layer upon layer of corroborating witness testimony to complement the physical server evidence. The defense's cross-examination of each former manager yielded almost no ground. Each witness admitted their guilt willingly and clarified they had no motive to lie about Vera's central role in the conspiracy, as their plea deals guaranteed reduced sentences only for truthful, complete cooperation. Friday evening brought Ethan's scheduled 1-hour monitored video call with Clara, the extended session granted by the judge weeks earlier. The weight of the trial's first week hung heavy over him, and Clara could hear the exhaustion in his voice within minutes of the feed activating. She steered the conversation toward gentle, calm topics, a new cafe she'd discovered near her apartment, sketches she'd drawn for her hotel design project, memories of weekend hikes they'd taken before his corporate overtime consumed their lives. No mention of court, no reference to Vera, no hints of the mounting legal battle unfolding miles south. Just quiet, gentle connection, a brief reprieve from the endless stress of witness preparation and live trial coverage. When the hour-long window expired and the screen cut to black, Ethan felt a flicker of strength reignite within him, something to fight for beyond abstract justice, a quiet, ordinary future waiting for him once the jury delivered their verdict. Over the weekend, Elena stayed at the cabin overnight to run full mock cross-examination drills for Ethan's upcoming witness testimony, scheduled for the start of the trial's second week. She rehearsed every brutal line of questioning the defense attorney planned to deploy, pushing Ethan to respond calmly, factually, without emotional outbursts that could sway the jury against his credibility. Vera himself will take the stand after you finish testifying, Elena warned, scrolling through the defense's filed witness list on her laptop. He intends to deny every allegation, claim all offshore transfers were legitimate client asset management, and paint himself as a victim of Ethan's fabricated sabotage and the cooperating manager's desperate lies to secure lighter prison sentences. He will carry himself with the same arrogant confidence he showed you on the 20th floor balcony that night. He will not show remorse, not even for the investors defrauded of millions. Ethan nodded, committing the warning to memory. He had already steeled himself to face Vera's defiance on the witness stand, ready to counter every false claim with the hard financial evidence stored in the federal task force's secure vaults. As Sunday dusk fell over the pine forest surrounding the cabin, Ethan stood at the front window, staring out at the shadowed treetops, the distant neon glow of downtown Metro City invisible beyond hundreds of acres of farmland and woodland. The trial's first week had laid the foundation for the prosecution's case, stacking witness testimony and forensic proof high enough to overwhelm the defense's hollow narrative of vengeful sabotage. But the critical moment loomed ahead, his own testimony before the jury, a direct confrontation with the man who had built an empire on corruption, greed, and the exploitation of every employee beneath him. The Neon City's long shadow of wealth and deception stretched far, but Ethan held fast to the truth he'd risked everything to uncover, certain justice would finally break through once the jury heard the full, unvarnished story from his own lips. Neon City Dusk. Chapter 10. The highway north cut through stretches of dark farmland, streetlights sparse and widely spaced, nothing like the dense, glowing corridors of downtown Metro City. Elena kept the sedan steady at a quiet cruising speed, her eyes flicking constantly to the rear-view mirror, checking for any tail vehicles that might have slipped onto their trail from the industrial district or river dock. The sky had fully cleared, faint stars pricking the black velvet above the flat fields, a stark contrast to the light, polluted neon haze Ethan had grown accustomed to seeing every night from his old balcony. Ethan rested his head against the passenger window, watching the endless stretch of empty grassland slide past. The weight of the past 48 hours finally began to lift, replaced by a muted, weary calm. The waterproof pouch holding his witness protection papers sat wedged between his ankles, its plastic surface crinkled where he'd clutched it tight on the pier. He thought of the raid scheduled for 6 a.m. Of federal agents filing into Horizon Building's marble lobby, of Richard Vera's face when he realized his years of hidden corruption had unraveled completely. Will they lock down the entire tower? Ethan asked, breaking the long silence filling the car cabin. Elena nodded, both hands steady on the steering wheel as she merged onto a less traveled county bypass road, far removed from the main commuter routes leading back to the city. Every floor, every office, every server room. Federal marshals paired with independent fraud task force agents will seal all entrances, cut off internal communications, and block all private security from interfering. Vera's contracted ex-military guards will be detained for questioning. Several of them have already been flagged for aiding in witness intimidation and illegal surveillance over the past 18 months. She paused, glancing briefly over at him before returning her gaze to the empty road ahead. Vera's penthouse on the top floor of the downtown luxury residential tower is also marked for a simultaneous arrest. Agents will move in before he wakes, seize all personal computers, offshore account ledgers hidden in his private safe, and any cash or high-value assets linked to the laundered funds. There's no escape route he can exploit. This time we've coordinated with state troopers to block every highway exit leading out of Metro City until the morning round of arrests wraps up. Ethan exhaled slowly. For years, Vera had operated untouchable, buying off every official with enough authority to challenge his empire. Tonight, every one of those bribed connections would be rendered useless by federal jurisdiction, a level of oversight entirely separate from the compromised local regulatory board and city council. The billionaire's carefully constructed safety net had frayed to nothing, unraveled by the server files Ethan had risked everything to retrieve. What about the Westside development property deal? He wondered aloud. The acquisition was supposed to close at the end of this week. Will that fall apart automatically once Vera's in custody? Dead on arrival, Elena confirmed. Federal prosecutors will file an emergency civil injunction freezing all assets tied to Westside development before sunrise. The property's fake inflated valuations, hidden liens, and ties to offshore dirty capital make the entire transaction legally void. The shell companies Vera set up to mask ownership will be dissolved, their assets seized and redistributed to defrauded investors who lost money to his manipulated market schemes. A faint, bitter smile tugged at Ethan's lips. 2 nights prior, he'd stood on the 20th floor balcony arguing against the flawed deal, labeled reckless and soft by Vera for refusing to sign off on the acquisition. Back then, he'd only understood the transaction as a financial gamble. He had no idea it was the final linchpin of a multi-hundred-million-dollar money laundering operation. His split-second choice to stand his ground had inadvertently set the entire federal investigation into motion. The sedan crested a low hill, and a small cluster of low-slung wooden houses came into view in the valley below, tucked away between rows of tall pine trees. No street lamps lined the narrow gravel drive winding toward the homes, no business signs, no high-rises, no trace of the crowded, neon-drenched city Ethan had left behind. This was the Temporary Witness Protection Safe House Complex, a remote rural facility owned and operated by the Federal Fraud Task Force, isolated enough to eliminate any risk of surveillance or retaliation from Vera's remaining allies. Elena slowed the car, turning onto the unmarked gravel drive and rolling forward until they reached the second cabin in the small cluster, set furthest from the main road and shielded by dense pine foliage on all sides. She cut the engine, plunging the cabin surroundings into quiet darkness, only faint moonlight filtering through the tree branches overhead. "This is your residence for the next 3 to 4 months, she said, unbuckling her seatbelt and turning to face Ethan. "Separate bedrooms, full kitchen, secure encrypted Wi-Fi that cannot be traced back to Metro City, a landline only for emergency contact with task force attorneys and myself. No personal cell phones allowed inside the cabin. You surrender both old devices to me tonight for secure evidence storage. The only communication tool permitted is a locked task force satellite phone I'll leave in the kitchen drawer, only to be used for scheduled check-ins." Ethan grabbed his small bag and the waterproof document pouch from the car floor, stepping out into the crisp rural night air. The silence here was alien, almost overwhelming. No distant traffic hum, no blaring neon signs, no constant chatter of downtown pedestrians, only the soft rustle of pine needles in the light wind and a few crickets chirping in the tall grass at the edge of the property. It was the quiet he'd unknowingly craved for years, buried beneath the endless noise of his finance career. Elena unlocked the cabin's front door with a special magnetic keycard, stepping inside first to sweep the space with a small handheld security scanner, checking for hidden tracking devices or bugs planted in advance. The interior was plain, functional, furnished with simple wooden tables, neutral fabric couches, basic kitchen appliances, 2 closed bedroom doors at the back of the living area, and a locked metal filing cabinet pushed against one far wall. No decorative art, no personal trinkets, nothing that could tie the space to any single identity. "All supplies are stocked in the kitchen cabinets and refrigerator," Elena explained, setting her laptop case down on the dining table. "Groceries, toiletries, extra casual clothing, non-prescription medication. A task force logistics agent will deliver fresh provisions every Monday morning at 7 sharp. You are instructed to stay inside until they leave the property to avoid being spotted by any passersby on the county road miles away." She pulled the 2 burner phones Ethan had carried over the past 2 days out of his hoodie pocket, sealing them inside a tamper-proof evidence bag and marking the exterior with official federal case numbers. "These will be stored in the regional task force vault alongside the backup hard drives with the ledger files. They cannot be returned to you until the trial concludes, as they contain critical text communications that will be entered as evidence in court against Vera and his associates." Ethan nodded in understanding. Every digital trace, every piece of physical evidence connected to the investigation needed to be catalogued and secured for the upcoming criminal trial. No loose devices could remain in his possession to risk tampering or loss. Elena pulled the satellite phone from her bag next, placing it on the kitchen counter alongside a typed schedule of mandatory weekly check-in times. "I'll drive out every Wednesday afternoon to go over trial prep with you, review witness statements, and walk you through cross-examination questions the defense attorneys will likely throw at you during court proceedings. Until then, only use the satellite phone if an emergency threatens your safety. Otherwise, wait for my weekly scheduled visits for updates on the case and Clara's status." The mention of Clara pulled Ethan's focus back to the one loose thread still weighing on his mind. "Will I be able to speak to her at any point before the trial ends?" he asked quietly, his voice carrying a quiet ache he couldn't fully mask. Elena's expression softened, a flicker of sympathy crossing her hazel eyes. "Limited, monitored communication only, once the initial arrest hearings wrap up in 2 weeks. All messages, calls, or video chats will be routed through federal task force servers, reviewed by legal staff to ensure no sensitive case details are shared between you two. In-person meetings are not permitted until Vera's legal team exhausts all pre-trial motions. They could subpoena any private conversation between you and Clara to try and discredit your witness testimony." It was not the reunion he hoped for, but it was a small, tangible hope to cling to. After months of total separation, he would at least be allowed brief, supervised contact with the woman he still loved, free from the threat of Vera's surveillance hanging over every exchange. Elena glanced down at her wristwatch, noting the late hour. I need to depart before 2 a.m. to file supplementary evidence reports with the task force lead attorney ahead of the 6 a.m. raid. Lock all windows and deadbolt the front door once I leave. The cabin's perimeter has motion sensor alarms linked directly to Federal Patrol units stationed 10 minutes down the county road. If any unknown vehicle or person approaches the property overnight, the alarms will trigger and agents will respond within minutes. She grabbed her laptop case and the sealed evidence bag holding the burner phones, pausing at the front door to glance back at Ethan standing alone in the dim living room. You've done the hard part. The worst of the running and hiding is behind you. Now all that remains is preparing to testify and see justice handed down for hundreds of millions in stolen and laundered investor funds. With that final line, she stepped out into the pine-shaded yard, closing the cabin door behind her and turning the deadbolt lock from the outside to secure the space. The sound of her sedan's engine faded slowly into the quiet rural darkness, leaving Ethan isolated in the empty, quiet cabin, surrounded by trees and endless night sky. He wandered over to the kitchen counter, picking up the satellite phone and tracing its plain black plastic casing with his fingertips. No cameras, no social media apps, no way to reach Clara without federal oversight, only a direct line to the task force and Elena. He set it back down and crossed to the refrigerator, pulling out a carton of bottled water and a pre-packaged sandwich, eating slowly at the wooden dining table while staring out the front window at the shadowed pine forest stretching beyond the yard. Tomorrow morning, the empire of Richard Vera would collapse. Federal agents would march through the glass halls of Horizon Building, seize every fraudulent record, and lock away the man who'd built his fortune on deception and bribery. The corrupt network woven into Metro City's financial district would be exposed to public scrutiny. New regulations drafted to close the loopholes Vera had exploited for years. But Ethan's own life would remain suspended in limbo for months to come, trapped in remote witness protection, separated from Clara, forced to relive every painful detail of the fraud scheme on a witness stand for a jury of strangers. The neon city that had shaped his ambition was miles behind him, its glittering lights no longer a promise of success, but a reminder of the cost of blind, unbridled greed. He finished the sandwich and cleaned the empty packaging away, walking back to one of the closed bedroom doors and pushing it open to reveal a simple single bed, a small dresser, and a window covered with thick black privacy curtains to block any outside view. He stripped off the borrowed hoodie and jeans, collapsing onto the mattress, exhaustion crashing over him all at once. For the first time in nearly 3 days, he did not drift off plagued by nightmares of pursuit and capture. Instead, his mind settled on a quiet, cautious optimism for the future, once the trial finally ended and the weight of testifying was lifted from his shoulders. Outside the cabin, the rural night remained silent, untouched by the chaos unfolding miles away in downtown Metro City, where the countdown to $1 billion corporate collapse ticked steadily toward dawn. Chapter 11. Ethan woke to thin gray daylight seeping around the edges of the black bedroom curtains, his internal clock jolting him awake hours earlier than he would have slept under ordinary circumstances. The cabin was unnervingly quiet, no distant traffic, no office phones ringing, no hum of downtown construction to break the stillness. For a split second after opening his eyes, he disoriented himself, half expecting to see the glass walls of his Horizon Building corner office surrounding him instead of plain wooden walls and a threadbare cotton bedspread. It took 3 slow heartbeats to remember everything: the warehouse safe house, the midnight river dock rendezvous, Elena driving him north to this isolated rural cabin, the federal raid scheduled to launch at 6 a.m. sharp in downtown Metro City. He grabbed the satellite phone off the kitchen counter the second he stumbled out of the bedroom, checking its digital clock.
6号17
a.m. The raid had already begun. There was no way to receive live updates from the task force via the satellite device. All real-time briefings were reserved for Elena's weekly in-person visits. All Ethan could do was wait, pacing the small living room while his mind replayed every detail of Vera's hidden operation, wondering how the arrest and seizure would unfold inside the 20-story glass tower. He busied himself with trivial household tasks to burn through the endless empty hours, brewing a pot of instant coffee on the kitchen hot plate, wiping down the dining table, restocking the bottled water from the refrigerator onto the counter, folding the spare casual clothes Elena had left in the bedroom dresser. Each small, repetitive action kept his racing thoughts from spiraling into anxious speculation about the raid's outcome. By mid-morning, a faint text alert pinged on the satellite phone's limited message screen, an automated encrypted update sent by the task force's central dispatch line. No sender name attached, only a short line of text. Raid executed without incident. Vera taken into custody at residence
6:04 a.m.
All 6 complicit senior managers detained at Horizon Building. Server hardware, physical ledgers, and offshore asset records secured. No resistance reported during arrests. A deep, relieved exhale slipped past Ethan's lips as he read the message again and again. No violence, no escaped suspects, no lost evidence. The operation had gone exactly as Elena and the federal team had planned overnight. Richard Vera, the man who'd once held complete power over downtown Metro City's finance scene, was now in federal custody, awaiting formal arraignment on dozens of felony charges that would all but guarantee decades behind bars. He sank onto the fabric couch, setting the satellite phone down beside his thigh, and stared at the pine trees visible through the front window's thin gap between the black privacy curtains. The battle he'd accidentally ignited on a rainy 20th floor balcony 2 nights prior was officially over. The corrupt regime inside Vera Capital had crumbled entirely, dismantled by the encrypted ledger files he'd risked capture to copy from the restricted auxiliary server. As midday turned to afternoon, Ethan occupied himself by reviewing the stack of witness protection paperwork Elena had left on the dining table, reading through each page line by line to memorize his legal rights, trial obligations, and temporary housing terms. The documents outlined a guaranteed federal stipend to cover living expenses for up to 2 years post-trial, assistance securing a new identity, and remote employment in a different state once the court proceedings fully wrapped, and round-the-clock federal patrol coverage for the cabin safe house until the jury delivered a verdict against Vera and his co-defendants. One paragraph buried deep in the legal packet caught his attention, a clause permitting supervised, low-risk contact with civilian associates named in witness statements after the preliminary arraignment hearings concluded. The paperwork listed Clara Bennett by full name, marked as a non-complicit civilian witness only subject to protective order oversight, clearing the way for monitored calls and written correspondence starting the following week. Hope flared warm in Ethan's chest. After weeks of total separation, he would finally be able to speak to Clara, to explain everything that had unfolded without endangering her safety or compromising the federal investigation. He'd spent countless hours replaying their final breakup conversation in his head, regretting his stubborn refusal to step away from his toxic corporate career before the fraud conspiracy ever surfaced. Now he would have a chance to apologize, to explain the danger that had forced him to cut off all contact overnight, to mend the damage his ambition had caused their relationship. The rest of the day passed slowly, quiet and uneventful. Ethan prepared a simple pasta meal from the dry goods stocked in the kitchen cabinets, ate alone at the dining table, and spent the late afternoon reviewing the printed copies of the ledger evidence Elena had left for trial preparation, memorizing key transfer amounts, shell company names, and dates to avoid missteps during cross-examination by Vera's high-powered defense attorneys. When dusk fell over the pine forest surrounding the cabin, he drew the black privacy curtains fully closed to block out all outside light, turning on a single dim table lamp in the living room to avoid drawing any attention from distant county road traffic. He settled onto the couch with the stack of trial notes spread across the wooden surface, running through hypothetical questions the defense might pose to discredit his testimony. Why had he waited days to report the fraud? Why had he refused Vera's secret bonus payments when every other manager accepted them? Could his personal resentment toward the CEO over the Westside deal dispute have motivated fabricated accusations? Ethan drafted concise, factual responses to each hypothetical line of questioning, grounding every answer in the physical server evidence the federal task force had secured that morning. The hard drives and seized server hardware would serve as irrefutable proof to back every statement he delivered on the witness stand. The defense would have no room to twist his words without contradicting thousands of pages of encrypted financial records. By 10 p.m., exhaustion weighed heavy on his shoulders once more. He stacked the trial paperwork neatly inside the locked metal filing cabinet against the far wall, twisted the cabinet's combination lock shut, and returned to the bedroom to rest. Outside the cabin walls, the rural night remained quiet, a stark contrast to the chaotic, neon-lit downtown he'd left behind. Somewhere dozens of miles south, federal agents processed Vera and his detained managers at a secure holding facility, cataloging seized evidence and drafting formal arraignment documents for the upcoming court hearings. The worst of the danger was finished. The manhunt, the midnight escapes, the constant fear of surveillance and capture, all of it lay in the past. What waited ahead was months of tedious trial preparation, supervised contact with Clara, and the weight of testifying to expose years of white-collar corruption that had nearly destroyed countless ordinary investors and the integrity of Metro City's entire financial regulatory system. Ethan stretched out on the simple bed, staring up at the plain white ceiling, and allowed himself one quiet, unguarded moment of optimism. Once the trial closed, once justice was served, he could leave the shadow of Vera Capital far behind him, build a quiet, uncomplicated life outside the cutthroat downtown finance bubble, and try to repair the fractured relationship with the woman he'd never stopped loving. The neon city's greedy, corrupt glow faded further into the distance with every passing hour, replaced by the calm, dark stillness of the northern pine woods, a blank canvas for a new, unburdened future waiting just beyond the conclusion of the court case. Neon City Dusk. Chapter Shar. 3 days slipped by in slow, repetitive rhythm inside the pine-shrouded cabin. Ethan fell into a rigid routine shaped by isolation and trial preparation, waking at dawn to comb through printed copies of seized financial evidence, cooking simple meals from stocked pantry supplies, running through mock cross-examination questions alone at the dining table, and locking all documents away in the reinforced metal cabinet before sunset. The satellite phone stayed silent except for one automated task force alert each morning, brief one-line updates tracking pre-arraignment logistics for Vera and his detained co-managers. No sign of Elena arrived until Wednesday afternoon, exactly as her weekly schedule had promised. The faint crunch of tires on the gravel access road pulled Ethan to the front window. He peeked through a narrow slit in the black privacy curtains and spotted her gray sedan rolling into the yard, unmarked and unaccompanied. He unlocked the deadbolt only after she flashed a small red signal light from her driver's window. The prearranged safety code confirming no tails followed her from the city. Elena stepped out carrying a thick leather binder stuffed with court filings, a sealed manila envelope, and a paper grocery bag brimming with fresh produce and meat. She locked the car doors behind her and crossed the yard in quick strides, her boots brushing pine needles scattered across the dirt path. "Good news from the courthouse this morning," she said the second she stepped over the cabin threshold, setting the heavy binder down on the dining table. The preliminary arraignment for Vera and all 6 co-defendants is scheduled for next Monday. The judge denied bail for every single one of them. Vera's legal team offered a $50 million surety bond, citing decades of clean public record and permanent Metro City residency, but the prosecution presented the full server ledger evidence to prove he possesses offshore assets hidden across 3 countries. The judge ruled he poses an extreme flight risk, so all defendants will remain in federal custody through pre-trial motions and the full trial. Ethan leaned against the edge of the table, a quiet weight lifting from his chest. Vera could not buy his way out of detention, could not flee the country to escape prosecution, could not dispatch his private contractors to hunt Ethan down while confined behind federal holding facility walls. The immediate threat of retaliation had shrunk to almost nothing. Elena tapped the sealed manila envelope beside the binder, sliding it toward him across the wooden surface. "Inside here is the authorized supervised contact paperwork for Clara. The federal legal team reviewed all the ground rules yesterday. Starting tomorrow morning, you can send typed written letters to her through the task force mail system. Every page will be scanned, redacted if any sensitive case details slip through, then delivered to her apartment 24 hours after submission. Video calls are permitted every Friday evening for 30 minutes maximum, monitored by a court clerk who will cut the feed instantly if either of you mentions anything related to the fraud investigation, Vera's network, or your witness protection location. Ethan's fingers brushed the seal of the envelope, hesitant to tear it open all at once. Months of forced separation, endless nights spent worrying over her safety, and now a legal pathway to reconnect stretched out in front of him. Has she agreed to the monitored communication terms, he asked, voice soft with quiet nervousness. Her apartment agent sat down with her for a 2-hour briefing 2 days ago, Elena confirmed. She signed every consent form without hesitation. She's angry about the weeks of secrecy and surveillance, but she understands why you couldn't reach out sooner. She's been waiting for official clearance to hear from you. A dull twinge of guilt twisted in Ethan's stomach. He'd left her in the dark completely for 3 full days, unable to send even a single reassuring word while Vera's men camped outside her building. The protective order had lifted the physical threat, but the emotional damage of vanishing without explanation lingered. Elena flipped open the leather cord binder, spreading printed arraignment documents across the table to walk Ethan through the procedural timeline. She pointed out each felony charge filed against Vera: conspiracy to launder over $270 million in unregulated capital, bribery of 12 local government and regulatory officials, wire fraud targeting retail investors, falsification of corporate audit records, obstruction of justice via witness intimidation, and tax evasion stretching back 5 fiscal years. Each charge carried a separate prison sentence, stacked consecutively if the jury returned guilty verdicts on all counts. His defense team's strategy is already clear, Elena explained, tapping a highlighted paragraph of legal filings. They plan to paint you as a disgruntled ex-employee with a personal vendetta. They'll bring up your public argument with Vera over the West Side real estate deal on the 20th floor balcony, frame your server break-in as a vengeful scheme to fabricate false evidence and sabotage the firm after your professional falling out. They'll call the other detained senior managers as witnesses to claim you were the only staff member excluded from offshore bonus payouts because of your reckless, uncooperative attitude toward company leadership. Ethan nodded, having already anticipated this line of attack during his solo mock cross-examinations over the past 3 days. The encrypted ledger files will dismantle that argument instantly, he replied. Every bonus payment to the other managers is time-stamped, linked to laundered West Side development revenue, and signed off by Vera's personal digital authorization. There's no way to twist those records to suggest I invented the scheme out of spite. Exactly, Elena agreed. But the defense will try to plant reasonable doubt in the jury's minds regardless. They'll dig into your personal history, your broken engagement with Clara, your 80-hour work weeks, the burnout you openly discussed with interns at the firm to argue resentment clouded your judgment when you copied the server files. I've drafted a full list of counter-statements for you to memorize before the arraignment, laying out every objective financial red flag you discovered long before your dispute with Vera over the acquisition deal. She spent the next 2 hours walking Ethan through page after page of trial prep material, dissecting potential cross-examination questions, refining concise, unemotional responses rooted entirely in physical evidence rather than personal grievance. She mapped out the courtroom layout, explained witness testimony procedures, and reviewed the rules governing his appearance on the stand. No emotional outbursts, no personal attacks against Vera, only factual recitation of the documents he recovered from the data wing. When the afternoon light faded into soft gray dusk filtering through the pine trees outside, Elena closed the binder and pushed it aside, shifting back to the topic of Clara's supervised correspondence. One strict rule I need to emphasize before you write your first letter tomorrow: do not mention any detail of your current location, the cabin, the federal safe house program, or any task force logistics. Even vague references to northern woodlands or rural towns will result in immediate suspension of all contact privileges until the trial concludes. The defense's private investigators are still combing every region within 100 miles of Metro City for your trail, and any slip-up could expose this site. I understand, Ethan said firmly. I'll keep our writing focused on personal apologies, our old memories, nothing tied to the investigation or where I'm staying. Elena grabbed her coat and slung the leather binder over one shoulder, pausing at the door to glance back at him. I'll return Friday afternoon ahead of your first scheduled video call with Clara, bringing a secure encrypted tablet preloaded with the monitored communication software. The arraignment is only a week away. Stay locked in trial prep until then, and stick to the contact rules once correspondence opens up. After she drove away, Ethan tore open the sealed manila envelope holding the supervised contact paperwork, scanning each signature page and rule clause carefully before setting the stack on the far end of the dining table. He pulled out a blank notebook from the kitchen drawer and began drafting his first letter to Clara, writing slowly and deliberately to avoid any accidental mention of the case or his hidden rural location. He started with an apology for vanishing without warning 3 nights prior, explaining the constant surveillance Vera's team had placed on her apartment and the risk any contact would have brought down on both of them. He wrote about the regret he carried for prioritizing endless corporate overtime over their relationship, about the blind ambition that had blinded him to the corruption festering inside Vera Capital, and about the quiet hope he held that once the trial ended, they might have space to rebuild what they'd lost. He kept the tone soft and unhurried, no bitterness toward Vera, no graphic details of the server break-in or manhunt, only honest reflection on his own mistakes and how much he missed her. When he finished the 4-page letter, he set it aside to read over again in the morning, ready to submit it to the task force mail system at dawn the next day. Night fell heavy over the pine forest surrounding the cabin, silence stretching unbroken across the yard. Ethan locked the trial binder and contact paperwork inside the metal filing cabinet, twisted the combination lock tight, and retreated to the bedroom. As he lay awake on the thin mattress, his thoughts split evenly between the upcoming arraignment hearings and the long-awaited chance to speak to Clara after weeks of total separation. The neon chaos of downtown Metro City felt further away than ever, a distant memory of greed, betrayal, and power stripped bare. Here in the quiet northern woods, his only battles were the ones waged on paper, preparing testimony, drafting careful letters, waiting for the wheels of federal justice to turn against the billionaire who had built an empire on stolen wealth and hidden crime. Chapter 13. The next morning arrived cool and overcast, thin gray clouds hanging low over the treetops to block direct sunlight. Ethan rose early, brewed a pot of coffee, and pulled his drafted letter to Clara from the kitchen counter to proofread it line by line once more, hunting for any accidental reference to the fraud investigation, federal agents, or his rural hiding spot. Satisfied the text contained only personal reflection and apology, he folded the pages neatly and slipped them into a plain white envelope marked with the official task force mailing address Elena had printed on the contact paperwork. He set the envelope beside the satellite phone to hand over to Elena during her Friday visit, the designated window to submit mail for scanning and delivery to Clara. With that task complete, he turned his full attention back to trial preparation, spreading the leather binder's arraignment filings across the dining table and reading the full list of charges against Vera and his co-defendants. By mid-morning, a low vehicle engine hum echoed down the gravel access road, distinct from Elena's sedan's quieter motor. Ethan darted to the window slit, heart tightening until he spotted a plain white unmarked Federal Logistics truck pulling into the yard. Weekly supply delivery, as Elena had warned, would arrive every Monday at 7 a.m. He stayed fully hidden behind the black privacy curtains as the driver left cardboard boxes of groceries and bottled water stacked on the front porch, then pulled away 10 minutes later without approaching the cabin door. Once the truck's tail lights vanished down the county road, Ethan unlocked the deadbolt and carried the supplies inside, restocking the refrigerator and pantry shelves with fresh fruit, vegetables, meat, and packaged snacks. The mundane chore grounded him, a small, normal routine amid the suspended, isolated existence of witness protection. The rest of the day blurred into repetitive study of financial evidence printouts and mock cross-examination drills. He scribbled notes in the margins of the court filings, highlighting lines of evidence that would counter the defense's planned vendetta narrative, memorizing exact dollar amounts, transfer timestamps, and shell company registration numbers to avoid hesitation under courtroom questioning. As Thursday slipped into Friday, Ethan's quiet anxiety over the upcoming video call with Clara grew harder to ignore. He reread his sealed letter twice more, wondering how she would react to his explanation of the forced separation, if the months of fear and distance had pushed her too far away to repair their fractured relationship. He'd ended their engagement 3 months before uncovering Vera's fraud, convinced his work obsession made him a toxic partner. The subsequent manhunt and surveillance had only widened the rift between them. Elena arrived promptly Friday afternoon, carrying the encrypted communication tablet in a foam-lined protective case alongside a fresh stack of updated pre-arraignment filings. She set the tablet on the dining table and tapped its power button, walking Ethan through the strict monitoring software built into the device. The video portal activates at exactly 7 p.m. Tonight, 30-minute window only, she explained, pulling up a digital timer on the tablet's screen. The court clerk monitoring the feed will interrupt and terminate the call immediately if you mention Vera, the server files, federal evidence, witness protection, or your current location. Stick to personal topics only: old dates, shared memories, simple questions about her daily life, no talk of the investigation whatsoever. Ethan nodded, sliding the sealed letter for Clara across the table to her. She placed it into a labeled scanning pouch to process overnight, ensuring no sensitive content slipped through before delivery to Clara's apartment on Saturday morning. They spent the hours before the video call reviewing last-minute arraignment prep, refining Ethan's verbal responses to the defense's expected accusations of vengeful sabotage, and walking through the exact courtroom procedure he would follow when called to testify at the preliminary hearing next Monday. Elena confirmed all 6 co-defendants had retained separate high-profile defense attorneys, each planning to shift blame entirely onto Vera in exchange for potential plea deals, which would create conflicting witness statements the prosecution could use to strengthen their core case against the CEO. When 6:45 p.m. rolled around, Elena locked the leather cord binder inside the metal filing cabinet and stepped outside the cabin to wait in her sedan, leaving Ethan alone for the monitored video call with strict instructions to call her via satellite phone the second the feed cut off at 7:30. Ethan pulled a wooden chair up to the dining table, positioning the tablet front and center, his palms slightly damp with nervousness as the digital countdown ticked toward 7 o'clock. The screen flickered, a secure video